Good morning. It's September 20th, and we're starting the planning board meeting. All board members are here this morning. Besides myself, there's Vice Chair Pedowim and board members Bartley, Hedrick, and Linden. Our first item is under item 1, preliminary matters, approval of the adoption of resolutions. The first is Woodward High School reopening Phase 2 Resolution F 2023 0360. Do I have a motion for approval?
And move that we approve the Woodward High School Forest Conservation Plan.
Okay. On this one and the next, Commissioners Linden and Pedowim cannot vote on this because they were absent during the original, when we went over those resolutions. So it's just me, Commissioners Barkley and Hedrick to vote. Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The next is approval of minutes of September 7th, 2023, and the closed session minutes of September 7th, 2023. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move that we approve both sets of minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. The next is the item number 3 is the regulatory extension request. It's for Ashford Wood Site Plan Amendment 9/2021-011A Regulatory Review Extension Request number 2, where staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
I can move the motion to approve the regulatory extension request for Ashford Wood Site Plan Amendment 9/2021-011A.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Next, we're going to item number 4, Director Mike Riley's report. And, Mike is participating virtually today. Hello, Mike.
Good morning, Chair Harris and the Planning Board. Mike Riley, the Parks Director. The main event this morning of my Parks Director's report is to introduce you to the Enterprise Division and the Enterprise Fund. Christy Turnbull is there in the audience, and I think will be making her way up to the table in a moment. Before I do a brief intro, I know that you were all handed a flyer before you got started this morning that outlines some of our key fall events. Fall is a very busy time in the parks where we're doing a lot of activities and events. Some of them have already occurred, some of them are in the future, and we would love to see you stop by as you can at some of these great events. Big one coming up on Sunday, the Ale Trail hike around Lake Needwood. I'm a little bit worried that this storm that's making its way up from Florida may mess with that, but we'll make the call on that soon. I hope it can happen, but we do have a great slate of fall events, and we'd love to see some of you out there, and please reach out to me or anyone in the Parks Department if you're interested in learning more about any of those events. But on to Christy and her team. We have a pretty unique division in the Parks Department called the Enterprise Division. There's also a unique fund called the Enterprise Fund, and the Enterprise Fund is a business model. It's basically has to generate revenue to cover the costs of its operations and its staff and also its capital improvements. And it certainly is not unique to park and recreation departments that they have revenue generating programs, but it is fairly unique to have a division in a fund that basically does not get tax subsidy for any of its staff or its programs, and it can only really build and operate what it can afford to fund through a revenue stream. You might recall a month or so ago, I featured the Park Activation Program, and Mike Coppersmith came in and introduced his team and talked to you about what that program does. And for the remainder of my tenure as director over the next 3+ months, I intend to bring a series of, I think, unique things that the Parks Department does in front of you. For example, I'm going to have the park police come, Chief McSwain, and come with his command staff and just give you an introduction about the purpose and mission of the park police and what they're up to. And I've got other similar events on the slate over the next 3 months. I do want to particularly give Christy and her team a huge shout out for how they managed the division and the fund during the pandemic. As you can imagine, back in 2020, when all the health orders came out about group sizes and gathering and social distancing, it really put a damper on a lot of what the division could do in terms of its facilities and programs. But I really need to commend Christy and her team for proactively and creatively reducing costs during that period while maximizing revenue to the extent possible. Christy actually joined me in several conversations with our health officer during the pandemic, Dr. Travis Gales, to make sure that we were using common sense to do what we could do safely and not, unduly just shut down everything, which was kind of that was the easy way to go. Just close everything, shut it down, and, see what happens when you come out of it. But we did manage to continue operations to some degree, and I'm really impressed that we came out of it with the fund being healthy. There were revenue losses, but as you will hear during the presentation, the fund is healthy, and it has been for quite a long time. Just a little history, and I can talk to you offline if you're more interested in this, but if you go way back about 20 plus years, there was a point in time where the fund was not healthy, where it was not in the black, that it was in the red. And that is a primary reason why the Parks Department does not operate the golf courses that it owns. It lost the golf courses at that time. And as you know, four, are operated by the Revenue Authority. It was 5 for a short period of time when we operated the golf course on New Hampshire Ave in White Oak. So it is really important not only to provide the services and facilities to keep the fund healthy, but to just make sure that we protect it under the management, the great management of the division and the Parks Department. So with that intro, I am happy to turn it over to Christy.
Good morning. I'm Christy Turnbull, and I am here joined with part of my management team. So we'll introduce. So I have Brian Borge over here. That is my assistant division chief. He helps oversee some of these facilities. We also have Michael, that is one of our tennis facility managers over at Wheaton Indoor Tennis. We have Bill, which is one of our facility managers at the Cabin John Ice Rink. And then also I'm joined by Doug Kastner, and he is our construction supervisor. So we created that position years ago when I realized I need somebody to work with the vendors and help get things done at our facilities so the managers could actually manage and work with the customers. So these are just a few. The rest of them are back at the facilities working with the customers. Today, so just to talk a little bit about the enterprise division, I joined the commission 23 years ago, soon 24, and we became one division that oversees about 16 facilities. So I always call them the fun facilities for Montgomery Parks. And we'll kind of get into each of those as I go through the slide presentation. And those would be the ice rinks, the tennis facilities, the event centers, and then a group of them that we call the park facilities. Some of them are seasonal and some of them are year-round. And that would be our miniature trains that you know of at the Cabin John Park and the Wheaton Regional Park, along with the carousel. We also have in South Germantown the driving range and the splash park and the mini golf that we oversee. We have a little bit at Campground, which is up north. We have 2 boat facilities, which are seasonal, at Lake Needwood Boats and Black Hill. And then we also have a few others that we'll talk about. So just to talk about what Mike Riley was talking about, for FY23, the fiscal year, we had a very successful year, and that was definitely from all the hard work that our staff put in. And so for overall the fund, we ended up having a $3 million profit, which is great. So what that means for us is the enterprise fund has a fund balance. And we work out of that every year, and that's kind of how we start off, since we do not get any tax support for us to be able to operate. So our fund balance currently is a little over 14 million, and that is what we work out of daily. It's kind of like our checking account, but we also pay for any facility improvements, and we also pay capital improvement projects out of that. So we do have a lot of capital improvement projects lined up, and that is what that money will go to. Once those projects actually occur, then that balance will start dwindling down. So every day that we make more money, it goes into this fund to be able to do all the great things that we can for the community. So moving forward, we'll kind of break it down. You'll see here that we have our organizational chart. This just kind of shows you, this is all of our career staff. And at the top, we have the administrative side, which is myself. I have 2 assistant division chiefs, and then we have administrative assistants. And then underneath each of those assistant chiefs, we have the 16 facilities broken down. And it goes with the ice rinks, the tennis facilities, as well as the event centers, and then all the park facilities in which I had talked about. Most of our personnel, honestly, are seasonals. So we really do thrive on trying to get really good seasonals to help us provide the great customer service that we like to for the community. And so this is just a few of the personnel. For the administrative fund that I talked about, they are great. They do a lot of the staff support and what we need. We have 9 career staff, that includes myself, within that complement. And so these are just the areas in which they oversee, being the division management, budget and procurement, our human resources and recruitment. And then we have just the support and the coordination, the facility maintenance and construction piece, and then we also oversee lease agreements. For the ice rinks, so I start with the largest fund within ours, and that would cover both of the ice rinks, being the Cabin John Ice Rink and the Wheaton Ice Arena. On each of these slides, I've given where we had our actual revenue from FY23, and then it also shows you our adopted revenue for FY24. The staffing complement for both of these facilities, being 11 career staff, and then we have hundreds of seasonals that we hire. And then here are just some of the services and programs that we do offer to the community. We do Learn to Skate programs. We actually have the second largest Learn to Skate program in the U.S. at the Cabin John Ice Rink. Wheaton does very well for a one-sheet facility. We offer figure skating, ice hockey, therapeutic skating, and speed skating now that we added that to our complement. We do lease our ice out to various user groups. We do that on our NHL, our Olympic, and our studio, so you can do birthday parties there. We have school group rentals. We do have therapeutic groups that are rented out. We also have hockey, figure skating, and speed skating groups. So we do try and balance all of our ice time with the different user groups, but we also love to offer programs to everyone. So we offer camps. We had a very successful camp program this year at both of them. We'll get into that on each of those slides. We do competitive figure skating. So as you see at the Junior Olympics and the Olympics, we do actually have some skaters that have gone there, as well as for ice dancing. So that's super exciting when they come back, and the community is very excited to welcome them as they come back and visit our facilities. We offer ice dancing and ice hockey sessions, speed skating, like I said, party rooms. We do offer skate rentals. So for those that do not own their own skates, we do charge a very small fee for those to rent skates. We have a pro shop, which is great at both of these facilities. And we do offer discounts to those that enroll in our group lesson program, as well as those that rent our ice and so forth, so they can come in, get the things they need, whether it's figure skates, hockey skates, any equipment, that type of thing. And we train our staff so they can help you with parents that come in there that have no idea how to size someone. They can help you with all of those needs, which is great. We also have snack bars at both of these facilities. We do offer healthy options as well as other food that people love. We do love feedback from customers if we need to offer something else. So we do have those open at specific times. And then we also have a dance and fitness studio at these facilities. So this is a lot for the off-ice training. We do offer passes as well for parents as their kids are skating around. They can come in and work out, get their workout in for the day, which is great. So both of these facilities really offer a lot to Montgomery County residents. On these, I broke down, these are some recent and planned projects. We started off with Cabin John Ice. Just a few years ago, we had a huge capital improvement project done, and that was a new ammonia plant, a refrigeration system for the NHL and the studio rink. Currently, these facilities are operating with refrigeration that is being phased out. So we need to move on to something more efficient. Again, it's all about trying to be sustainable and efficient, so we're constantly looking at those things. So we put a whole new system in for the NHL and the studio with new dashboard systems, sand floors, they used to be concrete floors, cooling towers and dehumidifiers, and much more. New rubber flooring. It really looks great over there. This year, we implemented new LED lighting over all of the rinks. We recently just changed out the snack bar area, the bathrooms, the party rooms, and are receiving a lot of compliments from the customers with how bright it is in there. It looks great. For Cabin John Ice Rink, we're working with the Park Development Division and others for the design and construction of changing over the Olympic rink on the Cabin John side to a new refrigeration system as well. So that will be in the next few years. And then recently, we purchased an electric Zamboni for the Cabin John Ice Rink. We do have one currently over at Wheaton Ice, and it takes quite a while to put those, manufacture those. So we're hoping to have that one come in around March. So that'll be exciting for that. These are just some great pictures. Action shots was what I love of all the kids that we have that come into group lessons or camps that we did at Cabin John. They had over 18 summer camps that they held, over 667 participants. So this is great, and they are full-day camps that we do. Just to touch on that a little bit, just to let you know, we do offer financial assistance programs. We have fee reduction programs that we offer, which is 50% off of our programs. That's any program we offer, whether it's ice skating, tennis, archery, golf. And then we also do that for camps. But recently, we did have the Mary Wells Harley Camp Scholarship Program that you've probably heard about that got implemented a few years ago. There were 34 participants that received camps this year, which was great. And many of them participated in the enterprise camps. So we do try and accommodate everyone. For the Wheaton Ice Arena, here were some of the projects that we are working on. One is currently the assessment of the refrigeration system over there, along with the next step will be the design and construction of the new system, which we hope will happen over the next couple of years to keep that rink going. That rink was built in 2000. The old rink, as you're probably aware, is now what we call the Wheaton Sports Pavilion. We converted that into a synthetic turf field to try and provide some of the soccer opportunities, and we'll talk about that, but it's also got lacrosse, field hockey, and all types of things for other people to do. For the Wheaton Ice, we're also hoping to change out all the lighting over the rink. We just worked out, my construction supervisor helped us with a rebate with Pepco, so we can do new LED lighting over that facility. And then we also are installing all new rubber matting throughout that facility to make it look better, as well as to be a little, for safety and those type of things. So we're excited about that. Wheaton Ice also held 18 summer camps with 531 participants over there. So that was a great time for all that was involved. Moving on to the indoor tennis facilities that we offer. So we have Pauline Betts Addy and Wheaton Indoor Tennis. And so for their FY23 actual revenue, they did great, along with their 24 adopted. They have 3 career staff, one that oversees, which is Michael, that works at Wheaton Indoor Tennis. And then we also have Will that works over at Pauline Betts Addy. And we have Ian that helps oversee both of those facilities. And then obviously, again, we work with a lot of seasonals that help us. Our tennis instructors are also seasonal staff that we have, and they do great teaching all levels of tennis there. We also had a program called Acing Autism over at Wheaton Indoor Tennis. That was great, very fulfilling, and people loved it. A lot of programs and services they provide are seasonal play. So those are 32-week contracts that we offer. People put in for the time they want. It's kind of a drawing. We pull it, and then we try and accommodate as many people as possible for that. We offer all types of clinics for all ages, whether it's youth, preschool, adults, and seniors. We're adding some more senior programs this coming winter. We have match play, which is a little bit more of a competitive play for those that come in with an instructor that kind of assists them during that time. We offer tournaments. Spot time play also, that is where you can actually go online on Rec Track, and you can register 8 days in advance to pick up any court time that's available for you. We have the meeting space. We added a party room a few years ago over at Wheaton Indoor Tennis, which is great. Our camps go in there. We also have people that rent it out. We offer tons of classes, birthday parties, private lessons as well that our tennis instructors teach, and mini camps. For our tennis facilities, we've done a lot of improvements. Every year, we shut down for 1 week of maintenance at each of those and do a full extent of maintenance. This year, we just resurfaced all of the tennis courts at Pauline Betts Addy, and people are super excited about that, to be able to play on those courts. We do painting, we do exterior work. We also do power washing of the courts when we're not resurfacing them. Recently, we added 3 pickleball courts over at Wheaton Indoor Tennis. So we just added those lines over the indoor tennis courts so we could also help out the pickleball players, especially during inclement weather. We know they all play outside, so now they have a chance to come inside. It's actually been pretty popular. We offered it on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays from 2 to 4. So, and we have had tennis players playing beside pickleball. They all got along, and it seems to be working out really well. So we're super excited about that. On the next couple of slides, it just breaks down. We wanted to kind of just represent our camps, like how many participants we had at the tennis camps, and then also how many visitors that we have between the different league play, the seasonal, and the spot time play. We do hold contracts with Montgomery County Tennis Association. So they do come in and they have a ladies' day league, and they have others as well. So again, it's a balancing act of trying to be able to take in everybody to offer a good thing for the community. Our next thing that we have are event centers. So we have Rockwood Manor and Seneca Lodge. A lot of these hold meetings. We do social events, birthday parties, bar mitzvahs, educational offerings. We've done yoga retreats, all types of things. So the uniqueness about this is Seneca Lodge, which is up north. The facility management team many, many years ago actually built that facility. And so it's representative. And then we added a tent out back to be able to give people, it's a beautiful landscape out back, but it gives them something else to do besides just have an indoor space. And then Rockwood Manor is very unique. There are about 7 buildings there, and we do have overnight accommodations, which is great. So people are able to do retreats there, or if you end up having your wedding or another big special event, everybody can spend the night and stay together and have a great time without having to worry about driving. So we do update those accommodations all the time, whether it's the bedding, creating new things, going out to have those options. And so we are soon going to be doing an overhaul of the landscaping at Rockwood Manor just to make it a little bit more picturesque for people's pictures, for that they love to do for their weddings and so forth. But we have 3 career staff that oversee this, many seasonals that host events, and so forth. We also spend a lot of money on their upgrades, like we had talked about. So recently, Rockwood, we're trying to make things low maintenance. We know there's no such thing as no maintenance, but as much as low maintenance would be great. So we just installed 29 new windows over at Rockwood with all new vinyl capping, upgraded the downstairs bathrooms and overnight accommodations, refreshed the landscaping. And at Seneca, we just, they have wood floors throughout, so refinishing the wood floors. And then we just purchased some new tent walls to add to the tent to make that look better. So for our park facilities, which are always fun, we have those in a group. And so I've listed them here for you: the Little Bennett Campground, the driving range, the splash park and mini golf, the Wheaton Miniature Train, the Ovid Hazen Wells Carousel, the Cabin John Miniature Train, Black Hill Boats, Lake Needwood Boats, Wheaton Sports Pavilion, and Brookside Gardens. And so Brookside Gardens is, part of their budget is within the enterprise division for all of those great things that we'll talk about, and then part of it is within the park fund as well. There are 8 total career staff that oversee these facilities, and as you can imagine, 8 career staff can't cover all of these. So we have a lot of seasonals that do help out as well. So breaking those down, we have Little Bennett Campground. This campground has come a long ways and is really a great amenity for the county residents as well as others. There are many attractions that we do there, and just over the few years, we've added so much to make it a destination, really. So we have 3 cabins there. One is an accessible cabin. We also have 2 that are designated to be pet-friendly. People love those. We also have 3 yurts that you'll see in one of these pictures. We started out with the yurts to try those to see how those would work. People love them. We did add electric to those recently because some wanted to bring their fan in or charge their cell phones, even though they're out camping. We do have various loops within this campground. So we offer tent camping. A few years ago, we worked with our internal staff with facility management as well as park development to put in full hookups. So that is our whole D loop, which offers electric and water and sewer and everything there for the RV sites. That has now created it to be a year-round, like I said, destination place. One of the great things I have to say that we helped out during the pandemic that Mike had talked about, we actually had a lot of traveling nurses and doctors that needed a place to stay. And so they came and stayed at our campground. They brought their own RVs. We were able to help them out in a time of need, which was great. So we actually had probably up to 15 to 20 at a time that were staying there. So that was I thought, very helpful. Within this, we offered many amenities that our construction supervisor helped, and he actually built many of them himself, being the gem mining sleuth. So people, if you've seen one of those, you can buy the little bag of gems that the kids love, and they go and they take it through this little thing. They wash it in a tray to see what gems they've actually acquired from what they bought. So that's exciting. We built a laser tag area back there using many things that were kind of being disposed of without the parks, from like the playground material and so forth. So they have a great time with that. We installed a jumping pillow that you've probably seen. It's like a trampoline that's kind of installed into the ground that blows up. So we added one there that the kids love to have. We did some gaga ball pits. We've added all types of fun things there. We've recently, over the past few years, created weekly themes as well as weekend activities. So we do anything from movie nights to dance parties to arts and crafts, all types of things to entertain a family while they come and visit. So that's really exciting. I love the campground. Future projects we've been working with park development on as well is we're hoping to install a pool there because everybody asks about a water feature, especially during the hot summer months. Honestly, we're busier at the campground in the spring and the fall because it's nice and cool. So we're hoping that we're going to be able to accommodate more people once we have the pool installed up there to keep the kids busy as well. And coming next year, we're hoping to have a drive-through winter light show. So we are currently working with a vendor on purchasing light displays that we're going to put up there. We are working with our counterparts in Prince George's County that, as you know, they do a light show at Watkins. Also, Brookside Gardens does the walk-through light show, but we thought we would like to add something up north for people to be able to do the drive-through winter light show. So hopefully next winter we will have that. We're just working out all the details of adding additional electric and so forth there. So that's exciting. Like I said, it's open year-round. We have tons of visitors, so that is one of our great facilities. We also have boats, so a lot of people don't realize that. We have boat facilities over at Black Hills and Lake Needwood. Brian helped out a lot with that this year because we have a vacancy right now, so we are hoping to fill that position. At both of these are open Memorial Day to Labor Day. We offer all types of boat rentals. We've added more just from customer feedback. We didn't used to have stand-up paddle boards. We added that. People love it. We also added pedal boats up at Needwood and Black Hill, which people love. So we offer single, tandem kayaks, canoes, rowboats, paddle boats, stand-up paddle boards. We have pontoon boats. We had bought a new one down at Lake Needwood a few years ago. I know Black Hill just got a new one. We also have a pavilion that we rent out at Lake Needwood for birthday parties and so forth. And then we also have fishing. So within our little boat houses, we sell seasonal boat permits that people can buy for their mooring sites that we also rent out. They could also buy a daily permit for their own boat. You'll see a lot of people in there that will have their own boat in there, or kayak, or stand-up paddleboard. And then we also sell different things. We sell worms. We sell water. We sell a lot of things to try and make it a one-stop shop when they come to visit, to go to these two facilities. So these are great amenities. Black Hill Boats is packed all the time. People love it. Trains and carousel, so we have those. Those are seasonal facilities. We do have, our staff are working on the I Spy train right now for Halloween in October, so bring your families out. Those are always fun, and the staff are super busy. We hold that both at Wheaton and Cabin John. We do a spring one, as well as we do one in October. For both of these, they're great fun for everyone that comes to the parks. For the miniature trains, we over the past several years, we had to buy new locomotives. Those are not cheap. It kind of blew my mind when we had to buy one. They're around $185,000. They're probably even more now, just for the locomotive itself. So we have 3 of those. We have 2 at Cabin John, one's kind of a spare, and we have 1 at Wheaton. And then for our train cars, those used to be from the 60s, and we upgraded those over the past few years. They are $55,000 each. So for, once we had to buy 5 of them, that was $350,000. So that's a lot of $2.50 rides. So of course we upped that ride to $350 to be able to pay for all of these great things that we have to upgrade, as well as take care of the track maintenance, in which we hire a certified railroad vendor to help us do our track maintenance. We do inspections the beginning of the year, in the middle of the season, and the end of the year, just to ensure everything's okay. And we do have in-house staff between our staff and the maintenance staff that assist with changing out ties, putting in more gravel. So that is a bigger production than most think for those. And then you've obviously heard, we recently have put in a purchase requisition, and a PO has been in the works for the new carousel that we're going to be having built and installed to replace the current Wheaton one that will be moving up to Ovid-Hazen Wells. So we did just put that in. That was a little shy of $700,000. Keep in mind, all of these improvements that I'm talking about, all these things that we're buying, comes from the money that we make, we put back into our facilities. So that all comes from our fund balance. So we're really excited that we can do those things for the community. So we're hoping to be able to put that in place spring of '25, the new carousel. They said it would take about a year to custom build it, and then come and install it, and then train our staff on everything that they need to know. For the South Germantown facilities, we have the driving range, and then we also have the splash park and the mini golf. These are great amenities as well for people. The driving range is open year-round. It used to be a public-private partnership. That ended up not working out anymore, so we ended up taking it over. And then we have an agreement with the Revenue Authority, Montgomery County Revenue Authority, that they provide us an instructor to teach our golf classes and clinics. And so we do buckets of balls, we do full and daytime camps there, as well as we do lots of clinics, demo days, all types of things. Anything you can do at a driving range, we are definitely doing it. And then we also offer archery classes out of there. So they installed a new archery range right around the corner from there. So we offer parent and child archery classes. We offer beginner classes, intermediate, and advanced classes. And I believe we have 42 registered right now in our fall segment. So that's actually been pretty popular. Those archery instructors are certified. All of our instructors, tennis, ice skating, and archery, are all certified. And those are seasonals as well that we hire. So the splash park and the mini golf are fun. That's opened up Memorial Day to Labor Day. We added a jumping pillow to the splash park as well, which people love. So the kid, as you can see here in this picture. And then we have our splash park. There's no standing water. Each year we try and add new features just to, get people excited to come back. We added some little slides for the little teeny kids, little tumbling water buckets, interactive spray things. So they really enjoy that. We also have birthday parties there that you can rent out the whole splash park and the mini golf in the evenings from 6 to 8. That's very popular. We usually have that every day and weekends when we are open. And so people can have, and it's very reasonably priced, so people can have their own private birthday parties or social events, whatever they would like. And we provide the staff there during that time. So these are some great amenities as well. For the sports pavilion, like I was saying, that used to be the old Wheaton Indoor Ice Rink. It has now been switched over to the sports pavilion. And so we've done a lot of things here. We've implemented the synthetic turf. We do a lot of rentals, birthday parties. We've had a lot of camps there, Week in the Park and our all sports camp that we offer, which went really great this past year. A lot of people come out. We've had arena football there, which was interesting to watch. We've had lacrosse, field hockey. We have schools that come there. We have soccer, obviously, futsal. Anything that you can do on synthetic turf, people are definitely renting and doing that activity. As you can see, we did offer bubble soccer. So we had those as well that you can rent and do. It's quite entertaining to watch for those. But we are hoping that one of our CIP hopes is to have a facility assessment done and a feasibility study. As you know, it's a pavilion. It's very old. We would eventually like to enclose that. So it really could be a year-round facility. Some people complain it gets super cold because it is open with a draft during the winter months. They still come. But we would hopefully like to enclose it, add HVAC, and do upgrades for accessibility and so forth there. Then we have Brookside Gardens, which is obviously a destination place. For our part of the Brookside Gardens, we do have 3 career staff that we do that's in our personnel complement. And so the items within the Brookside Gardens budget that come with us are the gift shops that are there, as well as the event rentals, being the weddings. We have the Wings of Fancy that hopefully will be coming back next year, which is the butterfly show. They have the winter light show that they do, adult child programs, bus tours, and so forth. So that's the part of Brookside Gardens that's within the enterprise division. And then lastly, we just wanted to throw a picture out there of all the fun that was had this past summer for all of our various summer camps that we hold at all of our facilities. And that's our presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, that's one of the best presentations that I've seen from any department. I'm super excited about it. And luckily for my wife, she engaged me and our children to go to many of these facilities. And the only question I have is there anything that the board can do to help make it bigger and better? Because I've enjoyed using these facilities. Thanks.
That's music to my ears. I love the support and honestly, just the feedback of things that you would like to see. We always do incorporate those things, and I can't do it without my staff. They are amazing. They're the ones who really help with the retention and listening to the customers and working with them one-on-one. So if we think of anything, yes, but honestly, it's just helping move some of our CIP projects to get these facilities looking better and better.
Any other
Thank you.
comments?
Just real quick to echo Commissioner Bartley's comments, and I was going along checking off the ones that I'd been to as I got there, and I was like, the event ones, I need to go there. I haven't been that one yet. But I was actually looking around for my daughter in these pictures. She'd been into the summer camp in August at the Wheaton ice skating, and we're going on Monday for the the day camp that's there at the Wheaton Ice Skating Center. So I'll wave if we see y'all there. But no, this is great. Thanks a lot for the presentation. That was good.
I just want to add that I can attest how hard you, especially you and your staff, have been working. All of this success is due to the hard work that your staff and your leadership and the department has put into it that to make it such a successful program. And thank you.
I'll just add my thanks as well. Yeah, great presentation. I look forward to going to many of these places and bringing my young daughter to them too. She's not quite old enough to experience a lot of this yet, but soon. So thank you.
Ms. Turnbull, this is wonderful and thank you for running such a great organization. The name is apropos. It is an enterprise, right? What you're doing and doing a self-funding sort of business. So thank you and your team. And thank you, Director Riley, for bringing this to our attention today. And as I saw the trains, I thought, tongue-in-cheek, that you guys should be operating and managing the Purple Line, because I think I believe
That's mean.
Isn't that-
No.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Okay, we'll go right into the budget. The item number 5 is Parks Development Fiscal Year 25-30 Capital Improvements Program Work Session, where staff is recommending, to review the proposal with us and for us to provide any additional guidance prior to the adoption. Thank you.
Well, the team is setting up just an incredibly brief introduction. We've already had a strategy session on the Parks CIP, and we had a public hearing most recently. I was very impressed with both the volume and the quality of the public testimony. We heard from a lot of people who have great interest in what the Parks Department is going to repair, fix, develop, build in the park system. And you'll hear some response to that feedback in this presentation today. And with that, I turn it over to the team once they're ready.
Let's just wait
Mike,
a
we'll
minute.
just give it
She
a
comes.
moment. Chair Harris just left the room for a moment. Good morning. My name's Andy Frank. I head up the Park Development Division. And as Mike said, we're here to talk to you further about the CIP in the memo that you received last week. We have taken a lot of the input we've gotten and we've created a scenario for consideration, discussion amongst the board, any questions that you have. So our plan for this morning is we're going to go through a brief presentation, it's the last slides, but we're going to move through them quickly just to prime the conversation and give some more specifics about where we're asking for additional funding. And then, of course, the board will discuss and will remain available for any questions. So I'm going to turn it over to Ron Peel.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. Again, my name is Ron Peel. I'm the CIP manager for Montgomery Parks. And I think you've already met Andy Frank, our Park Development Division Chief. But to my right here is Justin Prister, who is our Assistant CIP Manager. So as Andy indicated, the real purpose of this discussion today is for us to really present our proposed funding scenario for the FY 25 through 30 CIP. But as a formality, we also are requesting that the board approve our request to maintain park bonds at the current level at $8 million a year. But the real focus of the meeting today is to really present our scenario and get your feedback. Some time ago, back in the summer, we presented for the board during the presentation some of our initial thoughts about the CIP and developing the CIP process, and in that we had a number of factors. This is just to kind of remind the board of some of those factors that we had talked about that kind of serve as the basis for developing a scenario for recommending a CIP. As Mike alluded to, we're very excited. This year, we received very robust support and input from the community. In fact, it basically more than doubled what we received during the last CIP cycle formulation. So we're really excited about the level of support and input from the community. And some of that input kind of span some categories that you see illustrated on the screen here. Most of which you'll see as we get further into the presentation aligns with our priorities and what we're putting forth in the scenario that we're presenting. The scenario we're recommending today, again, it maintains park bonds at the $8 million level. It projects POS funding at $9 million a year. For allocation. It also gives us an opportunity to apply for additional MDE loans for our water protection and water quality programs and projects. But it also requests or proposes a $7.5 million appropriation in federal for a federal grant that we're receiving for the Safe Streets for All. But there are really two big asks in this presentation or this scenario are really in GO bonds and current revenue. The point to emphasize here before I move on is that, as we had previously indicated in the staff memo, that most of our PDFs are not changing, but being maintained at the same level as the current CIP. But so today's focus is really on these what we're going to illustrate here now in the next slide, these PDFs that we'll talk a little bit more about in the next series of slides. We'll go through individually each PDF, kind of showing what the ask is in terms of the increases. So energy conservation, as you recall, was one of the priorities we had talked about early on, and we indicated in previous discussions with the board. The request here, or the proposal, is to increase GO bonds by $600,000 over the 6-year program, basically to implement projects consistent with the energy master plan.
I'm sorry, I don't see how you increase it because is that black on top what it is and the red is the new one, or no?
Well, so we don't have the prior year on here, but what we did was we increased it by $100,000 a year. The current,
okay.
Yes, the current program has programmed at $200,000 a year in general obligation. So yeah.
And you'll see on each of these, the top line is the overall PDF, and depending on how many different funding sources there are, they'll see additional lines. And the red indicates items, years that we're requesting increases in.
It would be nice if you show us how much you're asking for more, because we are going to approve the additional, so it would help that we know how much you're asking. So you're not asking 300, you're just adding $100,000
Yes.
each year.
And right.
Okay.
Consequently, the increase is $600,000 over the 6-year
Okay.
program.
Okay.
But we'll try to point that out as we go through. So for PLAR, which is a really major PDF for us because it really funds just a myriad of all of the assets which are pretty substantial in our inventory. But this is just kind of a slide that kind of shows the the big picture stuff to the left, and then the many, many assets that we have in our inventory. And again, just point of emphasis, we are an aging park system, so we have a lot of infrastructure that we try to, do these kind of life cycle improvements to kind of keep pace with the need. The request here is to increase current revenue by $8.4 million over the 6-year program. You can see that it's roughly $1.5 million per year increase. This is substantial because it is important as an important program in our PDFs to help us to keep pace with the many assets that we are required to maintain and modernize. For our stream protection program, we are proposing a $600,000 increase over the 6-year program in Water Quality Protection Fund current revenue, and $6.7 million over the 6 years of the entire 6-year CIP, and long-term financing, which will allow us to apply for future loans to continue this very important work for to restore our stream valley parks and maintain our water quality systems. The trails hard surface renovation is the first of 3 PDFs that we have proposed increases for that are related to a grant that we received called the Raise and Safe Streets for All grant. And we're asking for a federal match, we're asking for an appropriation, I should say, to spend the federal grant that we received. And the increase here is $5.9 million over the entire 6-year program to essentially to renovate existing trails, but also to provide the matching funds required for the grant. Trails hard surface design and construction is the second of these PDFs that we have proposed increases related to the implementation of work associated with the Raise grant, Raise and Safe Streets for All grant. The increase here is for $2 million in GO bonds over the 6-year program, and to really help us to create some of the community connections and continue with other projects associated with this program. And Vision Zero is the third and last of these PDFs associated with the Raise grant, of Raise and Safe Street for All grant. We're asking for a $2 million increase in bond funds over the 6-year program. And the federal appropriation request is for $2 million for the associated with the grant. And this is associated with all of the safety improvements that we are contemplating with this grant and funding. Trails, natural surface, and a resource-based recreation. So this PDF was not originally one of the priorities that we had identified early on, but as a result of the substantial community input we heard regarding this, we included it in as part of the funding scenario. And what we're proposing here is to increase current revenue by $3 million over the 6-year program for this very important work to help us, continue to create a world-class trail network in our system, in our inventory. So Wheaton Regional Park, you see a collage of the different amenities that are offered at Wheaton Regional Park here. The request here essentially is to implement many of the projects that are identified as a result of the Wheaton Regional Park Master Plan. While the ask is substantial, The projects are many, as the next slide will indicate. But essentially, we're asking for $12 million in GO bonds over the 6-year program. And this slide kind of shows the many projects that kind of stem from the master plan work that was done, and they are substantial.
Can I just ask you, is that a new PDF for Wheaton, or is it an existing? Is it the first time you're asking money for Wheaton Park?
No, it's an existing PDF.
So how much is the level of funding in the existing, and how much more we are asking? I see that you're asking 12 million over 6 years. So you're asking additional 2 million each year. What is the existing right now, 3,500?
So we can go through, it varies by year,
Yeah.
but we could go through. So in FY '25, the existing is 804,000. So the request in FY '25 is for approximately 2.7 million. In FY '26, it's approximately 1 million. And FY '27, 1 million. FY '28, approximately 1 million. So the biggest ask is in FY '25, that's to help initiate the program. And then it's about 1 million over what's in the PDF right now in GeoBond.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm just looking at it
That's
because
okay.
I don't know, 12 million is a lot. So I'm just.
Yes. So the Littonsville, which is this is the new PDF, and I'm sure you've heard a lot about this recently, a lot of discussion, and I'll add, we did hear a lot of positive feedback and input from the community forums, and so this is the proposal here is for $1.9 million in GEO bonds to fund this project, and in the out years, really $300,000 in FY '27 to start design work, and construction in FY '28 and '29. So by way of summary, as I had previously indicated, in and of itself, the ask for GEO bond increase of $22 million seems like a lot, but as a percentage of the overall county-wide pot of GEO bonds, we currently represent 4% of that pot. Well, in this proposed scenario, we're just increasing from 4% to just a little bit more than 5.5%. So in relative terms, it's not really that big as a percentage of the overall pot. In terms of the county, current revenue projections will be developed by the county later on in the fiscal year.
So how much we are asking in total in current revenue?
So current revenue is 10.9 million.
10.9.
Yes, and
Okay.
22.6 in GEO bonds increase.
The annual increase ranges from about 1.7 to $2 million in current revenue. And the average increase,
I totally support it, but I just see an uphill battle for current revenue. You know that.
yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So this here is, and it's not the first time we've heard about the request. This is part of our initial discussion as well. But this is no new funding concerning this request. This is simply to transfer the GEO bond funding along with the PDF from Montgomery Transportation back to Montgomery Parks. The total amount is 3.6 million, but again, No new funding, it's just a transfer of the program, the PDF and the GO bond funding to Montgomery Parks. In terms of spending affordability, as I said earlier in the presentation, we're requesting that the board support our request or recommendation to maintain park bonds at the current level of $8 million a year. In terms of GO bonds, the previous recommendations was set at $270 million per year countywide. The GO committee is meeting this afternoon to consider SAG guidelines. And the council and the county executive staff will be making recommendations. And at a later date, the full council will take action on the final SAG guidelines for this cycle. So that's is our presentation in terms of what we are proposing in this scenario. I think this is the time we wanted to kind of turn it over to the board to ask questions of staff, provide some additional guidance in terms of what you would like to see, modifications to the scenario that we've offered today.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. I'll ask some of the board members if they have any questions, comments, or additional feedback.
Thank you for your presentation. I like the fact that you're increasing the request and demand. I just want to lend my support in your request and demand. But are we playing it too safe? Do we need more? But I support your presentation and what you're looking to achieve with the parks. Thanks.
I just have a few comments. I do not know if the current board know what SAG means. Maybe if you know it, that's fine. If you don't know it, then I think it is important that you spend a few minutes to explain what SAG means, because we have SAG for GEO bond for park and planning, that you're keeping it the same, so we are good. But the SAG for county is important because we are asking $22 million GEO bond. I have some concern, not that I don't support what you're asking. I had always asked that we go for gold and maybe we reach to the sun and maybe we get to the moon, something like that. But at the same time, I have to make sure that we follow the guidelines and look at what the requirements or some kind of requirement, because usually OMB, Office of County, OMB gives some guidelines of what the requirement is. And always one of their guidelines was that to make the CIP smaller. So Andy and Mike, you know, when I started, the CIP was 180 million. When I left, the CIP got close to 220 million. Now, within a few years, it had got to 307 million. But I should give it to Parks Department that the increase of CIP to 307 million doesn't mean all GEO bond, because I know that Parks was on a mission under Mike's leadership to increase other monies, including state bond, state bill, federal aid, grants, and I think we have been very successful in that, to do that. So the overall increase doesn't mean that is all GEO bond. I see an uphill battle of 22 million GEO bond and 10 million current revenue. I think we should have a game plan. I think it's going to be slashed. I'm not saying that we don't ask, okay? So don't get me wrong. But I knowing OMB and and county executive, they're going to slash it. You know it. That's what we have been getting every year. So what is your priority if it is a slash? How are you going to maintain and get to what? Because you may get small percentage of your geo bond request. They're just going to give you a number and say that we're going to just give you this much. No, like whatever. And then you're going to decide that you allocate how you want to do it. I like to see, because two things that was always shortage was playground pillar. I saw that you had the pillar non-local, so I do not know how it goes to playground. And also nature center. I did not see anything in nature center. It's a gem what we have. And I know that a lot of our nature center, they are lacking. At one point, we had the vision to create a structure just built for the nature center, like what Howard County had. So I didn't see anything under the nature centers. I do not know if that is a priority for the department or not, but just these 2 points that I didn't see.
So thank you, Mitra. Well, I guess maybe we can go through answer questions, but maybe the first one's the SAG. The board members would like a quick explanation of. Can you provide that, and then we can go
Sure.
on addressing her other questions?
Yes, so SAG stands for Spending Affordability Guidelines, and these are guidelines that are set based on fiscal conditions and will be ultimately adopted as goals for the county council. As Mitra mentioned, our goal for the park bonds that has a SAG, we're keeping that the same, so we aren't really focusing on that today. And Mitra is absolutely correct. The county in their past projections expect to keep SAG at $270 million per year for GO bonds. And yes, Parks is looking to ask for an increase in GO bonds. Again, right now, we only represent about 4% of the countywide GO bonds, and the request is to go to about 5.5%, a little over 5.5%. It will be competitive. There will be other agencies that are looking for that funding just as well. And while numerically it's a relatively big increase, overall as the county looks, it is not a large increase. And that money is going to go predominantly to Wheaton Regional Park and to our trail system. And I hope as this goes forward, and Mitra is very familiar with the process of the board will ultimately propose a budget to the county executive, county council. The county executive will review it and most likely provide cuts depending on their review of it, of course. But I think that one thing to keep in mind is when we talk about the funding increase, right? When we talk about GO bonds, we're talking about Wheaton Regional Park. Wheaton Regional Park is an absolute gem. You guys have spent a lot of time working on the master plan, approving the master plan, and it's over 60 years old. And the community today, we really feel there's been a lot of support for it, and there's a lot of need there. And in part, if we don't express that need to the county executive and the county council, they're certainly not going to offer it. So yes, we realize that there will be pushback, and we are fighting for elbow room in the GO bond space. The other side of that is for trails of new trails, renovation trails, Vision Zero, all very important. And as was mentioned, a lot of that money that we're asking for is to match funds for a federal grant that we aggressively pursued. So when the council ultimately considers our request for GO bonds in terms of trails, they have to recognize that they're doing that with a big discount, because what they're getting is $7.5 million of additional money. This is also, we are projecting matching funds for the RAISE grant. The RAISE grant was another wonderful overall about $25 million. We're not going to get all of that in Montgomery County. But we put forward where we thought the match was going to be in order to complete those projects. So they're getting.
What is the match, 20%?
The match is not fully defined. We did offer a match. The match was about $6 million overall, spread out amongst the different programs. But we all know that when you go for a fund of a grant, there are additional costs. So there's additional above what was offered in the grant. We offered a grant when we applied for it, and in the loan agreement, the grant agreement, which wasn't set, they'll set the actual matching amount.
It is very important that out of that 22 million or the 1 million cash, you identify how much it is for matching fund. That means that if they slash that, supposedly if they slash 1 million of that, you may lose another 5 million or 8 million, depending what is the match. I think it's very important you identify that if you do that, it's not cutting 1 million, it's cutting 10 million, or it's cutting 9 million. You need to identify that.
Yes, we definitely will express that clearly. I also recognize that the overall program, we have to add money for a match. The overall program, we also have to continue to maintain Rock Creek, Little Falls, Paint Branch, the other trail systems while we're doing that. So we're looking to focus the areas of the grants while still maintaining the program. And that's part of the
I
request.
understand that, but the point is that you have a very strong argument when it comes to matching fund. That's important. The other things, they can cut it, but they cannot let money on the table, and that's what we have to go to fight for.
Right.
Yeah.
And as far as the process going forward, again, just to go forward, in the event, maybe the likely event that we are returned with what's known as a spending affordability PDF, the way that the county's traditionally done that is they will provide a PDF with negative numbers in it. They won't identify the individual projects. And at that point, when we have an idea of what that number is for each year, both in GO bonds and current revenue, the staff will be presenting to you. We'll get that information in January, and the staff will be presenting you tiers of what that will cut, what that cut represents, and what restoration is most important. But as of right now, in developing the CIP, we are developing the CIP based on the needs that are expressed by the staff, condition assessments, our plans, the master plans, the sector plans that you guys have worked on, and what we've heard from the public testimony. And yes, we know this is part of the oversight is to look at that and take it and look at it with a critical fiscal eye. And then because it will be ultimately the board who will be transmitting the request to the council and the county executive based on input from the staff.
Great.
Could you make it clear in the transmittal memo in regard to how much of this GO bond or cash is needed to maintain the level of the funding that we are receiving? Those are the ones that we don't want to lose at all, and they shouldn't make it, that should be the bottom threshold and going forward. And that is important for board to know.
Great.
We will do that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you mentioned also playgrounds and nature centers. Our playgrounds and nature centers are existing facilities, so they are funded out of the PR non-local PDF. And so that is part of the reason why we're requesting that increase, is to maintain and modernize and improve our playground systems as well as our nature centers.
Okay.
And we heard a lot of support that's in the testimony in the memo, a lot of support specifically calling out playgrounds and nature centers.
Yeah, Vice Chair, thanks for your comments and ideas on strategy. Thank you. So any other comments or questions?
Just real quick, thanks for going through this, and thanks for kind of presenting the details relative to the match and the things that we sort of need to do to access the federal grant that you all spent a lot of time and effort getting, which is, the Safe Streets for All grant is like a huge win. So I think, just to second Mitra's point, the communication of this seems really important. Like, the executive and the council, of course, they have their agenda, they'll have their interests, but the communication, particularly around the items you mentioned, Whedon and the match, and the importance of implementing this Whedon plan that, has, as you mentioned, has tremendous community support. It's in a part of the county that's really important from like a reinvestment standpoint. I think there's a lot of compelling reasons why, and all the reasons a lot of compelling reasons why it should have political support from the council and from the executive. So, yeah, thanks for kind of featuring those two in particular. And I support everything you've laid out, and I think it all makes sense. And I would encourage you to go as state things as firmly as necessary, and with all the supporting reasons why, to try to access as much of this as we can, because it all is really good stuff. So thank you.
Commissioner Hedrick?
Yeah, I just, quick questions, echoing everybody else's comments. This is really good, and thank you for going through it. But I did want to, could you speak a little bit more on with the Stream Valley protection? And so we're talking a lot about the geo bonds and sort of fighting for that space within whatever the overall for the geo bonds is. But the Stream Valley protection has a separate sort of long-term financing source. Could you talk a little bit more about that and sort of what our sort of prospects are from getting that funding and making sure that we can sort of maintain that going forward? Because there's a big chunk of both that piece and the overall thing that we're going to be transmitting. So just a little bit more.
Yes, thank you. So our water quality PDFs are funded primarily out of two sources, and particularly we're looking at the Streams PDF. And there's a current revenue water quality aspect, not general. That is related to the water quality protection charge. That is part of the property tax. If you live in Montgomery County, you'll see that on your property tax. That's a separate pot. Yeah, and that we're asking for additional funding there to help us implement the program. A few years ago, OMB had directed both DEP and Parks to proceed and pursue the revolving funds through the MDE water quality loan program. And these are viewed as lower interest loans versus bonds. And I believe that part of the rationale was not to compete with other bonding capacity. So we have applied for 2 rounds of funding that takes our funding through FY26. And so in order to, we believe, as we've heard from the board too, we need to maintain that high level of investment in restoring our Stream Valley parks, not just through FY26, but going forward. And at this point in time, we do not see the direction of the financial direction going away from applying using these MDE loans. We currently, right now, we have been 2 for 2. We've applied, we've gotten it, we've been on the list. I believe, we provide good value to statewide, and we're very competitive in what we do. I don't see that changing. I believe that the current administration at the state level does intend to continue investing in this program so that communities can do this. It is very administratively intensive. I apologize on a regular basis to my staff especially our administrative folks and the team and our stream team who's putting in there. They put a lot of resources into meeting all the needs and the regulations of that. And of course, there's a lot of communication with the county on this. It would be wonderful if the county would ultimately return to funding long-term, consistent, high-level Stream Valley Park restoration on a bond basis. It's a lot easier to implement. But our staff is very committed to environmental restoration. So they have been willing, and they continue to be willing to put that extra effort in to go through the MDE process. So far, it has worked.
Okay.
And we expect that's going to be the way it has to be. But we would, at any point, encourage them to reconsider the water quality bonds
Yeah.
versus this program.
So do you want to add that as a request? Because refresh my memory, because we get this water, quality tax, and also is the bag tax that I guess that goes to DPS, that it has DEP, I'm sorry, DEP, that has created a lot of cash and money that is waiting there. And they can issue bonds on that to make it much easier to get them paid rather than getting this loan and then paid. That is I remember that. It's like a nightmare. What does it take if we could go that way rather than getting in this work?
It really is a decision for OMB. They did, they did make that switch. We've made it as clear as we possibly can that the administrative side of it is intensive. It takes a lot of resources. But I have not seen any indication of them switching gears. Right now, though, and we certainly will continue to express what we think is the most efficient way to
So
get
we
this
should
work
add
done.
it to our request, maybe.
And we can,
West, though, that's the third largest.
yeah,
That list.
we didn't, given the requests that we're making on geo bonds
You
and
don't wanna
current
do
revenue now, I don't know that I would walk out of there alive if I also asked there to switch this at this time. I will
It's not going to be
say,
you, it's going to be us.
I will say,
It'll be all of us.
just to be clear, and I just really appreciate the point, but just to be clear, we do have an existing approved loan that carries us through FY '26.
26.
So FY '25 and FY '26 are funded, and we're going to go through that process. We're not going to change that. We will continue to take opportunities to express our concerns with the current loan process, but really, I think that's going to be for the next CIP cycle, because that's when we're going to be applying for a loan, and we will continue the quest. And we only apply, it is really directed by the county, because ONB recommends how to fund it, and then because of the way the water quality protection charge, as you referred to, works, the actual loan and the loan application is now, for the existing ones and going forward, are made by the county. So the commission asked the county to do it, and that's because the county has committed that our water quality programs are validly backed by the water quality protection charge.
Okay, yeah.
So
That
that's
has
part of
remained
that, yeah.
strong.
Yeah.
And we've remained committed to working with the county. In fact, just to express, many of the projects we're working on over the next 3 or 4 years up through FY '26, those are actually originally county DEP projects that parks have absorbed because they're predominantly on parkland. And that gives us the ability to implement them a little bit more efficiently, and we have better access, and we can coordinate internally with our resource folks to make sure that we're getting the best value and the best omelet you can make by breaking those eggs.
Well, great. This is great presentation. I think there is consensus from the board that you should move forward with your proposed budget, and and I know you'll do the best job you can in presenting and packaging it to the county exec with some of the what we talked about, and we just look forward to when you at the end of the day, when they come back to us, with whatever, either you got the money or there's some negatives there, just to come back with what, if it's less, then what are your priorities? How does it affect your priorities over the next coming years? So is that? So do you need what do you specifically need from? You need a vote for that, or?
We do need the budget, the CIP part overall is just a work session.
Okay.
What we would need today, though, is just a vote on transmitting the confirmation that we're going to maintain the park bonds at $8 million per
Okay,
year.
great. Do I have a motion?
Yeah, so move that we maintain or approve and maintain the park bonds at $8 million.
Is there a
Was that the
second?
motion? Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, it's unanimous. Great work. And look forward to getting the 22 million. Plus
And-
10 million in.
Thank you.
and-
Thank you. We
Thank you
look
so
forward
much.
to working hard,
Yeah.
shoulder to shoulder with
Yeah, that's
everyone.
right.
And as a
Thank you.
former grants administrator, my apologies on behalf of all of us.
So we'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll start the next session. Pardon me?
Thank you.
What do you need? Good morning and welcome back. We're on item number 6, where Ms. Knapp will give us a presentation on Montgomery County fiscal year 25 budget guidance and 6-year outlook. Welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Katie Knappe, Acting Corporate Budget Director, and I'm here to talk a little bit about what assumptions we're planning for during the FY25 budget development process and give a little bit of a look into the assumptions we're using for 6 years ahead. I just want to start with, I worked on this for the past couple years with the prior corporate budget director, and he recently retired. So this is my first time doing it from beginning to end. So just want to mention that. Okay, so we can start off with just what we're going to go over today. I'm going to start with an overview of our budget process for FY25 and talk about key trends we've seen over the past several years. We're going to move into what estimates we're using for the current budget development process, and move into strategy, and then 6 years ahead. So our budget development process is really a 12-month process. So the budget office has been working out through July and August to get setting up parameters, getting analyses prepared, and right now we're on the second bullet point, the budget overview. The next step is for the budget office to work in conjunction with the department staff to develop our proposed budgets for FY25. So we will be seeing you again in October with the initial requests for 25, so that includes any new initiatives and anything, any new requests. We will take your feedback and then refine those numbers and come back to you in November. And that's when you will vote to move the proposed budget forward. And then the whole budget will be put together and packaged for the commission to approve. And then the budget office will take that, package them into the budget books, and submit to the county councils. So for Montgomery, the county executive will make recommendations sometime between January and March, and then throughout April and May, we'll be working with the county councils to adjust those budgets when the county councils will adopt by June 1st, and then our commission will adopt at the commission meeting in June. And then we'll start the process all over again for FY26. So to start out with, this is a chart showing the accessible base that the county puts together every few months. It's based on the real property values in the county. And as you can see, it's continually gone up over the past several years. For FY25, the current assessment is that we're estimating it to go up about 3.2%. So we update these as the county does. And right now we're using March numbers. Those are the most recent. This shows our property tax rate trend. So today we're mostly been talking about the admin fund and the park fund. So the admin fund houses the budgets for the planning department and the bi-county departments. And then the park fund is specifically for the parks department. So as you can see, the tax rates have gone up and down over the past few years. So more recently, we've the county has used increases in tax rates to balance our budget. But there's a chance it could go either way. Here's a summary of both funds and the expenses. So through FY21, it was just service level budget increases, but over the past several years, we've been increasing that more and more. So we'll see what 25 brings. So this chart shows, it kind of refers back to the assessable base if there was no change in tax rate, in the tax rate. So we would be increasing revenue just by the growth of the assessable base by 1.2 million in the administration fund and 3.7 million in the park fund. So the next part, we're going to go over some of the assumptions we're using for mainly compensation and some major expenses. A lot of these compensation numbers, estimates will be finalized in between when we present to you in October and November. So there will be changes, but we need assumptions to start out with to build the budget. So the first one is health, all our benefits, including health. We're looking at a 7.95% increase at the moment. I know that we're still in negotiations with some of the unions, and we've been negotiating with some of the healthcare providers on the rates, but at the moment, we're going to go with 7.95 and adjust that if necessary. The next one is for other post-employment benefits. These rates are these estimates are updated once a year, so we're not going to know actual OPEB rates until November. So the final rates will be in the November presentations. However, the current estimates based on our models are that it could increase up to 7.6%. For retirement, we use actuarial or rates assessment or estimates provided by our actuary. Right now, or these numbers are as of November of 2022. They projected a 1.9% increase, but it's likely this will increase. But these are the estimates we have currently, and they will be updated in November as well. Employee compensation. It's important to note that this does not include any new position requests. This is just the total increase in compensation based on the wage adjustments we'll be seeing in FY24 and any reclassifications annualized in FY25. So we're going in with a baseline of 7.6 million increase in both the funds. So some things to consider. In FY25, we'll be doing a wage and benefits reopener with the FOP, and then a full contract negotiations with McGeo. This is flipped for FY24, so those will factor in as well. We're recommending, again, putting a compensation dollar marker, which is all of the estimated increases in compensation in what's called a compensation marker. So in each fund, there's a separate area where that's tracked. So on the budget, you'll see it marked as non-departmental. When the final rates are decided after negotiations, those funds will be transferred into the personnel expenses. So they're just held in a different area during the development process. Looking at CIP, here we're looking at an increase of $325,000 above what was spent in and what was estimated in FY24. For debt service, right now this number is a placeholder. It is based on 12 million in new bond issue. However, this specific calculation is something I'm working with finance on, and that will be updated during the process. And this is just a summary of everything we've gone through. It shows the increases above the FY24 levels. So the biggest challenge is Montgomery County government revenue challenges. For the past few years, this has been the biggest challenge for us as we build our budget. This is not something we really know at the time or right now to predict, but this is something we'll know more about in the spring as we get into that phase of the development process. So this chart shows our change in revenue and expenses. So it's kind of a summary from the prior slides where we see if there's no property tax increase, there'll be an increase in revenue of 1.2 million in tax revenue in the administration fund. With the models now, the current expenses as a baseline are expected to go up to 3.1. As you can see, there is more expenses are growing at a higher rate than the assessable base. And the chart on the right shows the use of fund balance, or the fund balances, the actual fund balances through FY22. We're still in the process of closing 23, so that number is an estimate. And then we have projected based on our budget for FY24, and then the assumptions we talked about earlier for FY25. In some fiscal years, the county has used fund balance to balance our budget, so that's where you can see the big drops. But at the moment, the way we are, it looks like we'll be way the model shows, it's dipping into fund balance, but the tax rate hasn't been set, so that will change.
One quick question on
Sure.
this administrative fund. So this fund carries over year to year with whatever balance exists from the previous year. Is it different than like a reserve fund? It's sort of an operating fund that you use year to year?
Yeah, so there are two components of the reserve. One is a minimum requirement percentage that we have to hold, so that's designated as we have to keep that in there and we can't use it. I'm not sure. And then the remainder above that is the reserve that you see, well, we'll get to in the next slide. You'll see that part. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Thanks.
Can you go back once? Wasn't that the total expense side, your building, you had all the things you were talking about, and you say, here's a summary, a couple slides
Oh,
back?
yes.
Yeah, okay. So that was where the increase in admin is 3.2, increase in park,
Correct.
okay, for a total of 13. All right, thank you.
In that slide, the compensation that you're talking about, these are the merit increases that is 7.5 million? Because that's the big chunk of increase.
Correct. So it takes the merit and COLA increases from FY '24 and it annualizes them because those will be a full year cost in FY '25 when they. So it's kind of like the baseline with those increases and how much it will increase.
Okay.
Onto the park fund, you can see a similar story with property tax revenue lower than the expenditure expectation. And similarly, in the past, fund balance has been used to balance the budget. So it's similar.
I'm just a little bit confused on this chart.
Sure.
Our revenue is 3.6 and our expenditure is 9 million.
Yes, so that's.
How so that is the portion of the. No, that's not the change. Is that the change?
Yes, this is
Okay.
just the change. And the revenue actually shows our no change in the tax rate. So it's just the amount that the assessable base grows.
Okay.
So it's not going to be the final revenue. It's just, if we take a snapshot today and if nothing changes tax rate wise, this is the additional revenue we would be receiving.
Okay. Got it.
So the fact that the council, they agreed to raise taxes, but they didn't set the rate. They said taxes were going up by what, 4 or something? 4.5, but they didn't have how they would distribute it, or so the tax rate is not known yet, or?
Correct. We won't know the tax rate for FY '25 until
Okay.
we go through the process with the county in the spring.
Okay.
We are just hoping that we can get a share of that 4.5% into the park.
Sure. Right, and this is actually similar to what we just discussed, that the costs are growing higher than revenues. In FY '24, the county did increase the tax rate so we could balance our budget. And that's something we'll work with them on in FY '25. So now we're moving into projections. So this chart shows for the administration fund, the assumptions moving through FY '30 on where we would need property taxes, how much we would need property taxes to increase to meet our baseline expenses. So the biggest thing in this chart is you can see that the property tax rate increases meets our rate of expense increase through FY '29 and FY '30. And right now, this is just a snapshot. All of this will change, of course, as we go through the process. The chart on the bottom shows that use of fund balance in the assessment, or in the, not the assessment, but in the model, to keep fund balance around that same area.
And is that 600,000 level, is that, or I guess it models out to 5, just over 5 in FY '28, are these levels that we're comfortable with? Are these typical? I know there are lower levels than it has been historically in the recent past, but how do you feel about those levels from the
Yes.
model?
So this is actually the target, this is the target range, about 500, 600,000 for the administration fund.
Okay.
That we've been using.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, similarly for the park fund, we can show, or showing towards NFI 28, 29, and 30 that this is what we would need, the baseline increase to meet the assumptions we have now for those expenses. And similarly, you can see a decrease in fund balance. But of course, this will change should the rate change. And that is it. The rest of the presentation, if you have it, is just more detailed, more detailed showing how we came to these assumptions for both funds. That is it. I'm happy to take any more questions.
Could you just explain how, because I know that toward the end, the county council waits and to incorporate the budget from Prince George's County that they approve. Could you just explain to the board that how our budget is tied with the Prince George's County, although that they come totally from different pots?
Correct. So yes, because we are a bi-county agency, there are several departments that are, that provide services to both sides of the agency. So those are called, or we refer to them as central administrative services. There are several budgets. Each of the departments have budgets within the administration fund, and part of a certain percentage of each of those budgets is funded through each county administration fund. So when it comes to the bi-county budgets, we will present to you like, okay, so back up a little. So the bi-county department budgets have to go before both county councils, and then they have to meet to agree on that the budget or the funding levels for those departments together. So,
And also in regard to compensation, because the compensation and health benefit and everything, I do not know if we want to adopt different kind of merit increases for different staff in different agencies. I think that's something that they also discussed. Is that correct?
correct, so the compensation we have it's agreed upon for the entire agency. So that is also addressed when we, go forward with the Parks and Planning Department's budgets to each county council. So yes, it's not separate compensation for each county employees. It's the assumptions, or the budget is for the entire agency.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you for your presentation. We look forward to continued discussions as we get more and more information and go down the process. So thank you for educating us on the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll just take a 1-minute break, and we'll go into the item number 7, Aurora Estates, the public hearing. Thank you. Yeah, good morning. We're on item number 7, Aurora Estates, public hearing, where staff is presenting the preliminary plan number 120230050 and the preliminary forest conservation plan number 120230050, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. So, welcome, Ms. Perea and Mr. Estes to present this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Planning Board. My name is Philip Estes with the Up County Division. I'm here with the review team to present the preliminary plan and preliminary final forest conservation plan for Aurora Estates. This is an application to subdivide 9.3 acres of land into 4 lots for 4 single-family detached units. This is also accompanied with a preliminary final forest conservation plan. For the record, the applicant has met all the noticing requirements, including the sign posting and a pre-application meeting, and to date, no community comments have been received. A little bit about the neighborhood and its vicinity. The subject property shown here highlighted in blue is located in the greater Potomac community and within the Tri-Violet area of Potomac. As you can see, the surrounding area is predominantly a well-established neighborhood of mostly single-family homes on large lots. These are generally about 1 acre to 2 acre in size. The subject property is located in the RE2 zone, which is residential estate, and that provides for a 2 acre minimum lot size. Properties to the north and east of the site are in the residential estate RE1 zone, and that provides for 1 acre minimum lot size. The subject property is shown outlined here in blue. It is located southwest of the intersection of Boswell Lane and Glen Mill Road. It is within the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. As I mentioned, the entire site consists of approximately 9.3 acres. There are 2 existing single-family residences shown here that will remain in place after the subdivision. There are no known sensitive environmental features that were identified within the subject property. Present is about 0.82 acres of regulated forest. And also Glen Mill Road is a rustic road. Boswell Lane to the north was removed from the rustic road program. However, it falls within the rural road classification system. Shown here is the subdivision plan. As you can see, the 4 proposed lots are shown in the yellow dashed line. Each lot would meet the minimum standards for the subdivision and also can meet the zoning regulations for the single-family dwellings. As I mentioned, the 2 existing houses will remain, and then 2 new houses would be built, one on Lot 2 and one on Lot 3. 2 new driveways are proposed on Glen Mill Road for Lot 2 and 3. The existing drives on for Lot 1, which is off of Boswell Lane, and then for Lot 4 off of Glen Mill Road would remain. No frontage improvements are required for the rustic road, nor are they required for Boswell Lane because, as I mentioned, it's in the rural road classification. The preliminary final forest conservation plan. There's currently 0.82 acres of forest that are proposed to be removed, and in lieu of and for that, 2.63 acres of reforestation is required, which will be met either through an off-site forest bank or a fee in lieu payment. And staff also wants to mention that the project's within the Piney Branch SPA. However, no water quality plan is required for this because it qualifies for a water quality quality inventory under the code, and that will be reviewed and approved by DPS.
Could you explain what that means for the water quality if you go back to the previous one? What does that mean, no water quality plan, because the project is under qualifies for a water quality inventory? What does that mean?
Yeah, for the record, I'm Doug Johnson, environmental reviewer for Up County. DPS makes the decision whether a site is applicable to a water quality inventory or a water quality plan. In this particular case for Aurora Estates, under section 19-63B1, residential properties of 10 acres or less with proposed imperviousness of less than 15% can qualify for an inventory and not do a plan. In this particular case, the site is under 10 acres and the proposed imperviousness is 10.7%. So DPS Water Resources determined that a water quality inventory is applicable. And
What does the inventory does? Anything? Doesn't do anything. You just add it to the inventory?
Well, DPS Water Resources reviews it, and they make certain that it adheres to their requirements. The planning board is not pulled into that review process. The planning board is pulled in if there's a water quality plan. And there are certain elements of a water quality plan the board has to make decisions on. But in this particular case, since it's an inventory, the board's not involved.
Okay, but that still include the stormwater quantity, correct? It's still, not that we review it, but the property owner has to do the stormwater quantity to make sure that no additional flooding or runoff is from the property to the neighborhood or to the stream.
I don't want to speak for DPS, and to be honest, I'm really not sure what they look at with an inventory.
Okay.
So just
we-
one question.
Just to address your question, for the record, we did get a stormwater management concept plan approval from DPS for this. So there is a concept approval to manage stormwater on site.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So it is done. Okay,
Yes.
good.
But,
Thank you.
but to add on to that, if it did come into your purview and you had to do a water quality plan, what would that look like? What reviews would you have had to do if you had to do a water quality plan?
At that point, under section, chapter 19 of the code, the planning board would ensure that, and staff via the planning board, would ensure that all environmental guidelines, policies, and restrictions are in place on the property, that the site meets a impervious level stated, and that we typically see accelerated reforestation requirements on properties that, under water quality plans, and any other planning board areas of review are ensured under a water quality plan.
Is that for SPA that comes in the purview of the planning board? It's just SPA, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
it's just
so I
in,
just
just
wanted
in
to make
SPAs.
it clear that it's just for the special protection areas.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, also, along with the forest conservation plan is a tree variance request. This shows this diagram here shows the variance trees to be impacted, which is shown in yellow. Variance trees to be removed, which is shown in red. And then the variance trees for mitigation, new trees planted, shown in green. So the applicant would impact 8 trees and remove 7 variance trees. This is due to unavoidable construction impacts, mostly related to sewer lines, septic field areas, the building envelope, and also driveway access. 23-inch caliper mitigation overstory trees, so large shade trees, will be planted on site. As I mentioned, those are shown in the green symbol. Staff's recommendation, in conclusion, is to recommend approval of the preliminary plan and forest conservation plan with conditions as indicated in the staff report. And this concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much. We have the applicant or representative of the applicant here. Would you like to make a presentation?
Fine, thank you. Good morning. For the record, my name is Jody Klein. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Miller, and Canby with offices in Rockville. And my compliments on the management of your calendar. You're moving along very quickly. When you walk in and you see there's a budget item ahead of you on the agenda, you go, uh-oh, I'm going to be here a while, but you seem to work through that very well. And to make your life even simpler, all of Mr. Estes' report covered everything of issues for us. All the conditions recommended in the staff report are acceptable to the applicant, and we're available to answer any questions you have, but we have no formal presentation because you've got a pretty good idea of what's happening through the staff report.
I'm just wondering that if you have had any kind of inquiry or questions or discussions with the neighboring community. Because there is no, for me it's very strange. I just wanted to see if you had taken care of their concerns, maybe.
Well, we did have our community meeting, took care of that. We've had a lot of discussions with the property owner to the northwest of our property, who is the parent owner of the tract we own today. And the reason that came up, and the reason we had to get extensions, was because when they laid out the property lines, they did not properly put the property lines so that he had some of his sheds on our property. So we had to go through a process where we basically got those sheds removed before staff could process the preliminary plan. So we've had a lot of discussions with the adjacent property owner. Larger community, have you received any inquiries, Mr. Aurora?
What I could say is that there was no comment. They were happy to have this development. That's it.
Are there any other comments, questions? So just a quick, it's interesting how they bent the lot lines to, I guess because it is what it is, but, and also do you have one drive?
I do have a question. So are the two current properties owned by Mr. and Mrs. Aurora? So when I see the original drawing, we're adding two additional properties between two existing properties, correct?
That's good.
Okay.
Yep.
And so the two existing properties are standalone, single-family homes also, correct?
Correct.
And they're all owned by one family?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's okay to have the driveway on, it looks like the driveway on lot 4 is on lot 3, or they're getting an easement for that, or I'm just not looking at that correctly?
Yeah, so you're talking about the driveway to serve the lower lot as it comes across the lower right-hand corner of lot 3?
This happened to be an existing driveway because of the disturbance, because of the septic area, because of the trees. It was understood that it would be a minor easement issue. So it's normal to have ingress egress easement. We
Okay.
did tilt the line, but from the park and planning point of view, it was better off the line to be straight. That's the recommendation, that the line for the lot line go 90 approximately. So the drive is existing. Redoing the drive would not make any sense.
So there'll be an
No, no.
easement to get on to lot 4?
Correct.
That's
Okay.
right.
Okay, great. And then just for clarification, for my education, sometimes, would all plans like this have to be a preliminary plan? And have we had plans that come in like a subdivide and they didn't have to have a preliminary plan, or am I mistaken? Every subdivision would have a preliminary plan?
It could be an administrative subdivision plan or a preliminary plan when you have to subdivide your property. So there are certain exceptions, but typically in order to have a building permit issued on your property, you have to have that on a platted lot.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I have no other questions. Do I have a motion
Thank you.
for approval?
Move to approve, can we do both at the same time, the preliminary and the forest, or do we need to separate them? Separate them. All right, move that we approve preliminary plan number 1, 2023-0050 with the conditions recommended by staff.
Is there a second?
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. May I have a motion to approve the preliminary final forest conservation plan?
Yeah, we'll move that we approve the preliminary and final forest conservation plan number 1, 2023-0050, with conditions by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we'll take, well, it's,
Take a good lunch.
yeah,
Because they have
yeah.
a training. So let's just get 30 minutes lunch and 1 hour training and come back on time.
Yeah, we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, Wildwood Manor Swim Club Forest Conservation Plan F 2023-0180 public hearing, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We'll first have staff led by Steve Finley and Brian Crane give a presentation, and then the applicant will have time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, I'm Steve Finley with Mid-County Planning Division, here to present the Forest Conservation Plan for Wildwood Manor Swim Club, Plan number F 2023-0180. And staff does recommend approval with conditions as noted in the staff report. As far as the regulatory process, this is being reviewed under Section 22A, or as specified in Section 22A4 of Chapter 22A, the Forest Conservation Act. And a forest conservation plan specifically identifies the strategies for retaining, protecting, and reforesting areas on a development site. So that's the nature of the review in this case. The applicant is here because they're asking for, or need to get approval of a sediment control permit on a parcel of land that is 40,000 square feet large or greater. Originally, this came in as part of an administrative subdivision application. It was determined subsequently that the administrative subdivision was not needed, and so it was withdrawn. But since they still need a sediment control permit, they still need a forest conservation plan approval. So sediment control forest conservation plans are usually approved administratively, but the planning director may defer approval to the planning board when there are issues of particular importance, that public importance, that may arise that warrant a public hearing, and that's the case here. Specifically, we're here because we wanted to make sure that we covered the discovery of a previously unrecorded cemetery on this property. This was discovered as we began to go through the review process. And the history of the site indicates that the cemetery is linked to an African-American family that owned the property after the end of the Civil War. So it's the importance of this discovery that prompted staff to defer approval of this to the planning board so that the approval process would include a public hearing. The Historic Preservation Office is going to follow this presentation with a presentation on the cemetery called the Newman Family Cemetery, including a recommendation for the planning board to add the cemetery to the Montgomery County burial sites inventory. But specifically, as the cemetery pertains to the Forest Conservation Plan approval, we want to let you know that the FCP has been reviewed by the Planning Department's compliance archaeologist to make sure that it conforms to the planning board's guidelines for burial sites. One thing I wanted to point out actually is in the slide that you can see here, you can see not only the location of the cemetery relative to the pool and facilities, you can see that it's located in this green area, which is the existing forest and will be part of the conservation easement. The photograph gives you an idea of actually what that area looks like on the ground. And that view is from this corner down here looking up in this direction. The project history, this was originally received a special exception approval in 1959 to permit a community swimming pool. There have been various modifications to the special exception over time. And most recently, there was a modification approved in March 29th, 2023, and that's to cover the proposed changes here, the replacement of the existing pool, enlarged pavilion area, and large sports court area, and some modifications to the entrance, specifically from Hatherley Drive to meet current fire access improvements. Here is the vicinity. You can see that this is in the North Bethesda area. It is east of Old Georgetown Road and south and west of I-270. The Grosvenor Metro Station is up here along Rockville Pike. This is Rock Creek and Rock Creek Stream Valley Park down here. We have Walter Johnson High School and the Wildwood Shopping Center over here, just north of Grosvenor Lane. A little closer look at it, you can see that the area is primarily surrounded by single-family housing. This is the Bethesda Health and Rehabilitation Center. On this side of the property over here, it's a nursing home. The site is 4.75 acres, and you can see that the cemetery is located within the forest in the northwest corner of the site. The cemetery does lie outside the limits of disturbance for the project. The site contains 2.09 acres of forest, and the Forest Conservation Plan proposes removing 0.65 acres. That's in this red area shown over here, really adjacent to the existing development, and to retain 1.44 acres of forest. Because of the amount of forest that's being retained, the law does not require forest mitigation plantings. The retained forest will be protected in a Category 1 forest conservation easement, and the cemetery lies within that area protected by the easement.
Can I ask you a question here?
Sure.
I didn't know that if you keep some part of the forest in place, you don't have to do mitigations.
There are calculations that are part of the worksheet that's associated with the Forest Conservation Plan, and there are certain break-even points based on the amount of forest and on the site and the zoning and some of the other criteria that determine what the minimum afforestation point is on the site, and then there's a conservation threshold. If you clear enough forest to drop below the conservation threshold and the afforestation threshold, then you have to provide additional forest to replace that lost forest. Or if you have an unforested site, there's a minimum amount that you have to provide up to, typically it's 15 to 20% of the site area. But based on the worksheet and the zoning and the other criteria, they're not removing enough forest to reach that conservation threshold that will require mitigation.
Okay, but does it mean that the remaining would go into the conservation?
In order to give credit for the forest they are retaining, it has to be protected by some kind of an easement or other similar legal mechanism. So they are placing this in a Category 1 forest conservation easement to ensure that it is retained as forest.
Okay, thank you.
This Forest Conservation Plan includes a forest conservation tree variance. There's a section of the law that requires that certain individual trees are identified as high priority for retention and protection, and any impact to these trees requires approval of a variance along with it. In this case, the criteria that is identifying the trees that are high priority is because they are 30 inches diameter or greater. This plan includes a request for removing 9 of the protected trees and impacting 15 of the protected trees, but those 15 will be saved. So 9 are being removed, 15 saved, and 14 native shade trees, each a minimum size of 3 inches caliper, are being planted to mitigate replace the lost form and function of those protected trees being removed, at least the ones that are outside of the existing forest. Wanted to take a little closer look at the variance and the variance trees. Here you can see that the trees that are being impacted but protected are shown with the critical root zones in green circles here, and the red X's mark the spots of the protected trees that are being removed. You can see they're all really internal to the site and in areas that are being affected by the expansion of the pool deck, the stormwater management facilities, some of the other improvements that need to be made, including the expansion of the entrance area for fire and rescue access. I will point out that there are a couple of other trees being removed down here. This is just for the access improvements off of Hatherley Drive. Neither of these two trees reaches that 30-inch size, so a variance is not needed to remove those. But there's not a lot of trees really being removed along the roadway itself. That work is really mostly internal to the site here. This is the southern part of the site. We pop up to the northern part of the site. You can see there's one more tree, protected tree being removed here. A number of protected trees that are being slightly impacted but preserved. And here's the location of the cemetery relative to those impacts. Community outreach, we want to note the applicant has met all proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. We did receive 2 pieces of email. The first email expressed support for the project. They did note some concerns they had about a couple of instances of flooding that previously happened along Cheshire Avenue. And they inquired about the staging of construction vehicles and equipment, where those vehicles would be kept. There is a reply that I provided that is included in the correspondence packet. I'd be happy to talk more about those issues if you have any questions. There was a second email received more recently that had a number of concerns that they wanted to share. They were in opposition to the approval. They're concerned about increase in membership and traffic impacts, loss of green space, tree removal, some negative impacts of the stormwater facilities, including potential mosquito breeding, increases in chlorinated water discharge to Rock Creek, a bridge that they felt is unsafe, and the debt burden. I'm going to address some of these and then may turn it over to the applicant to take care of a few. First, I want to start by noting that, again, this is a forest conservation plan review, and so it's a bit more limited in the scope of the things that it looks at than some of the other reviews. And some of these other issues are issues of concern, but they are really covered in other regulatory review processes. In this case, the increase in membership and traffic impact concern was looked at by the Board of Appeals when they approved that recent modification to the existing special exception. And I'm just going to note the resolution for that Board of Appeals decision is included in your packet. It's attachment E. And I'm going to highlight, it says, as part of their findings, the board finds that the proposed improvements will have little, if any, outward impact and will not substantially change the nature, character, or intensity of the use or its effect on traffic or on the immediate neighborhood. The board notes in support of this that the proposed changes are internal to the site and that no change to the club's membership or hours of operation is requested. So that issue, again, was looked at by the Board of Appeals in their part of the review. Regarding...
So Mr. Phil, just so
Yes,
when they looked at that, so that no negligible increase in traffic, and also, I don't know, did they increase the park? So they also looked at, would be in the parking for that, and they also said that the parking was adequate for the new, whatever.
Basically, they said that there would not be an increase in the intensity of the activities on the site. I think that elsewhere in that resolution, it's noted that the numbers of swim meets and things like that is determined by kind of a group that this pool belongs to, that neighborhood pools that are competing with each other. They set the schedules for meets. They don't expect that to change.
Okay, thank you.
What about unsafe wooden bridge?
Sure, I'm going to work my way down to that if that's okay, and I may throw that one to the applicant because that's really an issue that's internal to their site and is not really something that it concerns the board in its review of this project. But touching briefly, if that's okay?
Yes, that's okay. I'm just concerned that
Sure.
someone say unsafe and we just don't say
Yeah.
anything.
I'll let the applicant address
Okay.
that in a moment. Regarding the loss, concern about loss of green space, the green space that is on the site, this is it's on the private property of the swim club, and that green space is there for the use and benefit of the swim club members, and the applicant has the right to determine the use of that space as they see fit. It's not something that we concern ourselves with, particularly in this case. The tree removal clearly is a concern, but I think, hope you saw by the look at the variance slides that the vast majority of the tree removal is happening in that area internal to the site, not along the roads. They are planting, actually I did intend to point this out, the mitigation trees that are being planted are indicated by this symbol here. They're QA, Quercus alba, they're white oak trees, so there are 9 of them that are being planted in this area down here where they're doing this work, and then there are another 5 of those trees, mitigation trees, that are being planted along the road up here. But not much activity along the road itself, and some trees being planted in mitigation. Some of the other concerns, there was a concern about the negative impacts of stormwater management facilities. I don't know if Mark Etheridge is on the line or available to, if he is.
I am here. if you
Oh,
need me.
okay. Mark, can I have you address that real quick?
Sure, let me just get myself unmuted. This is Mark Etheridge. I manage the Water Resources section for the Department of Permitting Services. I think the concern, as I understand it, is mosquitoes. These are microbial-retention practices. They have planting medium in there that's designed to temporarily detain runoff from paved areas and are designed to be dry within 48 hours. In most cases, it's 24 hours. So they're not ponds that hold water. These are not going to be wetland areas or stagnant pools. They are just landscaped areas with friable planting medium that allows water to pass through it for filtration.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
Sure.
Yeah.
As for the last 3 items raised as concerns, increase in chlorinated water discharge to Rock Creek, I'm going to throw it to the applicant. It's my understanding that discharge of pool waters is a regulated activity. I know that chlorine dissipates, volatilizes over time, and I think the usual practice is to just let the water stand long enough that the chlorine all volatilizes so that there is no discharge of chlorinated water to the stream systems. But the wooden bridge and increased debt burden are primarily operational and internal issues for the swim club, and I'm going to let the applicant address those. Would you like them to address those now or when they speak?
How long, you still have more to present?
I'm getting ready to wrap up.
Okay, why not, after you wrap up, we can have them talk, okay?
Very good. Thank you, sir. So findings, the Forest Conservation Plan as submitted complies with the requirements of Chapter 22A and conforms the environmental guidelines. The protected trees being disturbed or removed meet the findings required for approval of the variance. So we do recommend that the Planning Board approve the variance, and the other findings are detailed in the staff report. In conclusion, we recommend approval with the conditions as stated in the staff report of the final Forest Conservation Plan F 2023-0180 for the Wildwood Manor Swim Club. Be happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Finley. We'll have the applicants talk, and then if there are any other questions, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon. Chris Rulin with the law firm of Lurch, Early and Brewer, representing the applicant in this case. I'm pleased to be here today with our team. We have Rami Fayed, who is representing the applicant, Wildwood Manor Pool, John Chadwick with the OGC Company, who is overseeing the pool renovation project, Jason Azar, and I believe Morgan Durham is on the phone with Clark Azar and Associates, who is the civil engineer for this project. And Mike Norton with Norton Landscape Design is also here in the audience, but not at the table. We appreciate staff's thorough report and presentation on the forest conservation plan and the tree variance applications. Again, these are being requested to facilitate a pretty straightforward renovation project to update the pool, its associated buildings, provide the stormwater management facilities, and address ADA accessibility. We have already obtained the necessary revisions to the approved conditional use from the Board of Appeals for this project. It's an existing conditional use, so that proceeds under the board's procedures for minor modifications, and that was obtained earlier this year in March. And we are in the process of getting permits to carry out the work once we finish the forest conservation plan piece. On the timing of this work, you know, it's important in these situations with pools that want to do renovations to take advantage of the off-season. So we're now in that period, and we're trying to get everything in line so that we can get in and out of this project quickly and hopefully be ready to go for the next season. I think it's important to say that although the applicant was not aware at the outset of this, of the cemetery, we certainly appreciated staff bringing it to our attention, and we were pleased to be able to document its existence and work through the proposed conditions that are before the board so that if there are any needs to memorialize that in the future, we believe that's being fully addressed by the FCP as proposed. And to that end, we do agree with staff's recommendations and, you know, can answer any questions, but turning to the three that we were left with, the first one being the water discharge question. As I understand it, and John can correct me if I'm wrong, the pool equipment out there uses a dechlorination system which works so that there is actually no chlorinated water that's released.
Yeah, that's correct. As part of the renovation, all the existing pool pumping and filtration. As part of the push.
No, you're good. Say your name.
Oh, sorry, John Chadwick with the OGC Company. So as part of the renovation, the pool equipment, filtration and pumping equipment gets completely replaced, so it's all new. And that new equipment has a dechlorination system that dechlorinates the water before it gets discharged during the backwash of the filters.
Right. And I believe that is actually also, because that's what's required under applicable environmental
Correct, there are regulations, environmental regulations that govern that. So that's part of our plan approval process with the Department of Permitting Services with Montgomery County.
Right. The second issue that was raised in that list had to do with this pedestrian bridge. And that bridge is actually located, I think, in the northwestern corner of the site. It's partially in a right-of-way and partially in the stream valley buffer in the area that's going to be subject to the forest conservation plan. And our understanding is that that's actually chained off from use. So, you know, we can investigate that further, but that's our information on the bridge. It's not a bridge that's in service for pedestrians. And then the third piece.
So it's just a pedestrian bridge?
I think it's an existing just site feature.
So could you just make sure that someone look at it, make sure it's safe for pedestrian?
Yeah, but it's also chained off so that they can't access.
Oh, so nobody can get on the bridge?
Right.
Oh, okay, okay. So there is sign that off limit?
It's chained off, yeah.
Okay.
Rami Fayed, Vice President of the Board, Wildwood. Yes, the footbridge is chained off to prevent anyone from using it. So it is not a currently in use pedestrian bridge.
Okay, and usually it's better, I do not know how expensive it is because kids could get there and get into trouble, you know. It's safer to, if during the construction, there is no need for it, just remove it. It's safer, makes it a better environment and also safer for kids.
The only thing I don't know about that is if that raises issues for, it's well outside of the area of the LOD for this project, so I don't know if that has any impacts on,
And it's in the stream buffer.
yeah.
Yeah, this is something that you need to discuss with DPS. If it is easy to do, it's safer. I don't know.
We can certainly discuss that with DPS.
Yeah.
The third item, I think that's really a point that goes to an internal operational issue for the pool. We can say that the whole renovation project is reviewed and approved by the pool equity members and its governing body, and there was overwhelming internal support for the project. So that's really where that one stands. We're happy to answer any other questions, though, that there may be about the application.
Thank you very much, sir. Any comments or questions from the board?
I have a comment. I think Wildwood Manor offers an essential opportunity and recreation for the community in which it serves. I'm a proud parent of a swimmer at Stonegate Elementary School, and I had the pleasure of visiting Wildwood Manor Swim Club, and Stonegate whooped you guys. The Stonegate Surface whooped you guys. I don't know if you're still on level A or you were relegated to level B.
We've been relegated
Yeah,
even
you've been
lower,
relegated,
so
of course.
thanks to Stonegate and others, it's better.
And full disclosure, when I visited the pool, I was very impressed with it, and I left a 5-star rating for the pool in the community on Google reviews when I had an opportunity to visit it. I think that the benefit that this pool bestows upon our youth and the community overall is an asset to the county. The one thing that I can say I would like to see improved is parking, and I don't know if that'll come up to us at a later time or is that in the future design, but I really appreciated the facility and the community in which it serves. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, thanks for bringing this to us. My kids were part of a local pool, and the importance of having a place to go in the summer. And I just hope there's a diverse community of swimmers there that would and have an opportunity to participate. Also, it gives me some comfort that the process, this whole approval process work, the community, because I understand the community talked to our planning people and told us about they thought there was a burial ground there. So it's good to have the public let people know, and so that's how we also learn things too. And I'm glad it's that'll be preserved for the long term, and that people will it'll be fenced off and people have access to it. So thank you for that. It's interesting that the burial ground was on it's a very steep area. You would have thought it would be on a flat, but it is where it is. So thank you for bringing that to us. And
I would also like to echo what you've said. I'm thankful that you all, instead of it being hidden, that it was revealed, and you've taken the appropriate opportunity to preserve that history. Thanks.
Yeah. So if there are no more other comments, do I have a motion for approval with conditions?
I so move.
Oh, okay.
To approve item number 8, the Forest Conservation Plan for Wildwood Manor Swim Club, number F20230180.
Is there a second?
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Yeah, it's unanimous. Thank you so much. And so, are we going directly into the next, or we need to take a break? Take a break? Oh, yeah, we'll take a 2-minute break. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. We're on item number 9, a planning board briefing on update to the Montgomery County burial sites inventory by staff, particularly Brian Crane and Rebecca Balo.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Crane, for the record, archaeologist for the Historic Preservation Program in CPP. And let's see, how do I share my screen? Oh, is it? Okay. Great, thank you. So we are presenting an update to the Montgomery County burial sites inventory. And we recommend that the staff, that the board adopt the burial sites inventory update to include the Newman Family Cemetery. This is the cemetery that you just heard about as part of the Forest Conservation Plan for the Wildwood Manor Swim Club. As part of my presentation, I want to give you a little bit of background about the burial sites inventory. Several of you will not have heard a presentation on this program previously. Give you some background information about the cemetery, how it was rediscovered, and the historical and archaeological investigations that have gone on, and some brief notes about outreach that we have done about this site. So the background, the inventory was created by the Montgomery County Council in 2017, and guidelines for its implementation approved by the Planning Board in 2019 for the inventory to be continuously updated as new information becomes available, and for the Planning Board to be briefed on these updates annually. This briefing typically takes place in May and has in the past several years involved a number of additions and updates. The guidelines also allow for updates to the inventory as needed. This item was placed on the regular agenda because the burial sites inventory has not come before this board before, and this site's inclusion in a forest conservation plan is a first for the burial sites program. There are 2 county ordinances related to the inventory, one that calls for the planning department to maintain and make the inventory public, and the second requires that cemetery boundaries be defined during planning board approval of preliminary plans. Including this update, the inventory includes a total of 352 total records, including 257 known locations, 80 approximate locations, and 38 leads under investigation. There are 17 redacted locations. Redacted locations are those where there is a concern about whether the site would be vulnerable to vandalism if its exact location were to be made known. These locations are shown as the boundaries of the parcel rather than a specific point. And also to clarify the distinction between a known and an approximate cemetery site, a known cemetery site is one that is still marked and visible on the ground, or if it is unmarked, if historical records are very specific about its location. So there are examples in our inventory where there is no longer any visible remains of the cemetery on the surface. However, it may perhaps have been defined in a plat for the property or some other survey document that delineates its location exactly. Approximate locations are those where we have historical evidence that a cemetery was in a given area of the county. It's no longer marked, and we don't know exactly where it is. So examples of approximate sites include ones where there was a reference to a reservation for a burial ground in a deed, in a 19th century deed, but it's just somewhere within, a 50-acre parcel, and the deed didn't specify where in that 50-acre parcel it is. And in those cases, we've learned that those cemeteries tend to be very close to where the house was. So if historical maps indicate where the original house was, and we know where the boundary was, we make an educated guess about the location of the cemetery. And then that's included as an approximate site. The Newman Family Cemetery location, we're considering this a known location because although it's not marked, archaeological investigations identified specific grave shafts. The addition to the inventory is for the Newman Family Cemetery. The information form was included as part of our staff report. The cemetery is in North Bethesda on the grounds of Wildwood Manor swimming pool. The cemetery first came to the attention of staff through interested members of the public. A former neighbor who lived adjacent to the pool between 1963 and 1997 remembered hearing about a, quote, slave cemetery on land now owned by the pool. Examination of historic maps showed a cemetery is indicated on a 1957 USGS map in the northwest corner of the swim club parcel. And you see an image of that USGS map on the slide at the right. The swim club contracted with the Ottery Group, a cultural resources management consulting firm, to find the boundaries of the cemetery through archaeological investigations. Historical investigations by Ottery located a 1958 survey for the property that shows a cemetery in the northwest corner of the lot, consistent with the USGS map. And that image was on the cover of the staff report and the first image on the slide presentation. Ottery then conducted very shallow excavations in this area designed to remove topsoil and reveal underlying grave shafts without disturbing the graves themselves. This method was proposed because the overgrown nature of the site made the use of ground-penetrating radar impractical. Excavations were designed to identify the boundaries of the cemetery with as little disturbance as possible, not to expose all graves. The work succeeded in identifying 13 possible or probable graves arranged in 3 rows. It is possible that additional graves may be present next to those found by the archaeologists. The identity of those buried remains unknown, but may be associated with the family of Joseph Newman, an African-American man who purchased the property in 1872. The cemetery remained in the possession of family descendants, who then sold the parcel to Wildwood Swim Club in 1959. That the cemetery was recorded on maps of the area in 1957 and 1958 suggests that the family may have taken steps to ensure that the site would be preserved prior to selling the land. The burial ground may have come into existence after 1872, or it may already have been in use as a cemetery. The descendants of George Rhodes, a brother-in-law of Joseph Newman, appear to be buried elsewhere, but the burial sites of Joseph Newman and his immediate family are unknown. One possible interpretation of the site is that it was used as a burial ground for enslaved people prior to emancipation. It is possible that the site may have contained family ancestors and that they purchased the land to preserve the graves. There are other examples in Montgomery County where previously enslaved people bought some of the land where they had been enslaved, including the burial grounds of their families. In addition to corresponding and talking with neighbors who brought the cemetery to the attention of staff, we conducted historical research to identify whether there might be descendants of the Newman family who live in the area. This consisted of researching census records, wills, and deeds associated with the property where the cemetery is located. By this means, we identified obituaries for 2 descendants of the extended Newman family. While we did not find contact information, we did learn that some descendants were associated with Mount Zion Baptist Church in Washington, D.C., and that Snowden Funeral Home had arranged some of the funerals. And we reached out to both. The funeral home promised to send our contact information on to the family, but we have not heard back from the church or from any descendants. And again, to summarize, we recommend that the Planning Board adopt the addition of the Newman Family Cemetery to the burial sites inventory, and I'm happy to field any questions that you may have about this item.
Thank you for your presentation. Do any of the board members have any comments or questions?
I had one comment, not specifically about this one, but you mentioned the redacted locations, sites where we don't have exactly just the parcel. What typically is the reason for the redaction for the possibility? Just out of curiosity.
So, for example, we have several sites, several indigenous burial sites that predate the colonial era that are in the inventory. Those are recorded as archaeological sites, and we have that information from the Maryland Historical Trust. Those data are typically held in confidence and are not made public. In a few other cases, one case, the property owner requested that we redact the location. It's the burial ground of his ancestors, and he did not want people wandering into his backyard. So it's just the parcel boundary. There are a couple of instances like that where either land managers or owners have asked, and where there is good grounds for that exception, we have granted that.
Any other comments?
Are there any future plans to have a plaque or a written demarcation of the site and/or to honor those that are buried there? Thanks.
Not at this time. That would really be up to the present owners of the property and descendants. However, we did word the exception language in the Forest Conservation Plan specifically so that any of the kinds of likely activities would be allowable. So typically, my understanding was under a Category 1 Forest Conservation Plan, in the absence of those exceptions, descendants would not have been able to, say, clear the area of the graves, put down mulch or erect markers or fences or anything like that. So we added language in the Forest Conservation Plan that would allow that. But whether that happens, that's really up to the swim club and any descendants who come forward.
So those, just to follow up on that, those conditions that were included with the Forest Conservation Plan about fencing and stuff were added, were not typical for a Category 1 Forest Conservation Plan. That's in addition to that.
Essentially, yes. Although it is my understanding that having exceptions of one kind or another is not exceptional. Like the playgrounds, for example, have been exempted before. So it was consistent with existing practice. So we anticipated what kinds of things that descendants may want to see. We didn't want the department and the board to be in the position of years from now, descendants coming forward and saying, oh, we would like to memorialize this place, and telling them, oh, well, we're so sorry, we've preserved this, but you're not allowed to do that because of the way the easement was worded. We wanted to make sure that there would be some reasonable allowances should that desire arise.
Yeah. No, I thought it was good. Is there some plan to sort of make that a template for future issues if we have forest conservation? As I would imagine that I'm honestly kind of surprised that we have 280 some odd, and that's the only one we have on a forest conservation easement.
Well, I think I think that's simply just the program has been around just for 5 years.
Yeah.
Well, really 4 years. I mean, I've been with the department for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
The inventory was adopted in 2019. So, we're coming across a number of sort of first times that, the county council clearly anticipated certain kinds of things in passing the ordinances related to preliminary plans, but there are lots of plans that come before the board and the department for a review, and, we've sort of had to figure out, well, what do we do when one of these involves a cemetery?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I think it's good. I was just curious. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for presenting. Thank you for being forward-looking and providing those additional recommendations. And if there are no other comments from the board, I think what we're doing is, I'm sorry.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to thank you and your team. This is really incredible research, and it seems like really a huge value add to the department, and unique from what I can tell in some ways that this goes on. And I appreciate your comments about sort of first time figuring it out, and the way you're being forward looking about this. I also really, it's really, I think it feels like a model to be followed. So thanks to you and your team.
Yes, so if no other comments or questions, you would like us to approve adopting the current inventory to add the Newman Family Cemetery. Is that correct? So
I can move to approve updating the burial site inventory. You need us to take a vote, correct? Or is it just a briefing?
No, take a vote, yes, please.
Okay, so I move to approve it.
I'll second that.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, it's unanimous. Thank you so much. So we'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll do back-to-back items 10 and 11, so thank you. Good afternoon. We're on the last two items of the afternoon. Item 10 first, which is Complete Streets Design Guide Briefing from Planning, led by Steve Aldridge. And I think Steve's online here, so welcome, Steve, and take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. For the record, Steve Aldridge from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. It's great to be here with you this afternoon to really give you a briefing on the Complete Streets Design Guide. This is not a new document, and it's something that we've developed jointly with Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and Andrew Bossy, who's sitting at the table in front of you, is here, and also online is Dan Sheridan, also from Montgomery County DOT. So if there are any questions between the three of us, we certainly can try to answer all your questions. This was a great study and one of the first joint venture studies between our agencies, and it was developed and meant to be a living document. And the briefing today is being held for two reasons. First, to help familiarize planning commissioners with this guidance document. It's really used in guiding planning and design on county roadways. So as part of development review or as part of mandatory referrals, this is, a primary go-to document. And there have been some sort of evolutions that have taken place since then, which we're going to brief you on. But I think the second important thing is that we're actually going to be bringing this document back to you folks next spring with some revisions to do the first revision to this document. And so I thought it was, pretty important to give you sort of a primer on this document. The other related topic is the next agenda item is the proposed scope of work on the master plan of highways and transitways. And as you will see, the Complete Streets Design Guide is actually related to the reason that we're actually doing a technical update. So today, as part of this presentation, myself and Andrew Bossy, we're going to give you a summary presentation. It'll be similar to presentations we've given probably about 30 times through the course of this project development. And we'll get into some of the technical details, of which Andrew will do most of those, about how we came up with standards and how we prioritize and, really how we look at trying to make a design of county roadways a multimodal and Vision Zero focused effort. Then Andrew will talk a little bit about County Bills 2422 and 3422, which were effective February of this year, which changed the street types in the Montgomery County Road Code to match what's in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And then I'll talk briefly about the work that we're now embarking to develop version 2 of this guide, and then we're happy to lead to discussions. So a big motivation for this county's big motivation for this study is the county's Vision Zero goal to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2030. And they adopted this resolution in 2016, making it one of the first counties in the nation to do so. Vision Zero is an approach to road safety that uses design, education, and enforcement to eliminate traffic deaths. Complete streets are roadways that are designed to operate to provide a safe, accessible, and healthy travel for all users of the roadway system, including pedestrians, bicyclists, transit users, and motorists. On a complete street, it should be intuitive and safe to cross the street, to walk to shops, and to bicycle to school. The Complete Streets Design Guide provides a one-stop reference for street improvements on Montgomery County streets. And this afternoon we'll show you exactly how that gets done. It should be noted that many of the concepts presented do tie back to Vision Zero. because that is really a really important grounding for this whole process. With that in mind, the intent is to improve how we design streets to make them safer for all users. It's also to work within the existing master plan rights of way and to provide guidance on prioritization of design elements and acceptable ranges for different design standards. The guides also provide new guidance on how to incorporate bicycle and pedestrian facilities into street design. And overall, the net effect is to place more emphasis on what we call the active zone, which is the area outside the curbs, where peds and bikes and trees and other things are typically concentrated. The guidelines will supplement county master plans and design standards and guide design of capital improvement and development projects. And the guide presents a clear vision and guidance on how to implement complete streets and presents technical information in 9 pretty well organized chapters. Chapter 1 presents the vision for the effort, which is to develop guidelines that help to transform streets into great places that are equitably shared among diverse communities, following the 3 principles of safety, sustainability, and vitality. Montgomery County has more than 1,000 lane miles of streets just on their own network, not including state highways. And it's important that safety be considered for all people, all modes. Sustainability can be considered so that streets can enhance the ecological functions by reducing the urban heat island effect, improve air and water quality, and assist in the reduction of the effects of climate change, or at least minimize the impacts on sustainability. And finally, vitality. Streets attract commerce and encourage a thriving community and promote all modes of transportation. And the complete street really is trying to embrace all 3 of these principles. So chapter 2 of the document presents new street types that will be used to design, to establish design priorities and parameters for individual streets. These street types focus on the types of streets that we want to be building moving forward, not necessarily what's there. These are largely, these new street types are defined by 2 different parameters. The first is land use and urban form, and transportation function. And I think what's very different from previous classification strategies that we used in the county is that it's okay if this varies along the length of a roadway because the transportation function and the land use form is constantly changing, certainly along a roadway corridor. And so the complete streets design principle is that the design of the street should also change based on context. All right, so there are 13 major street types included in complete streets, and this graphic just sort of shows you a breakdown into 4 main land use types. It's actually 6 land use types, but there's a downtown area, there's a town center area, there's a neighborhood area, which is you would call your residential. There's a country area. And the areas that are kind of hidden are suburban areas and industrial areas. These were developed after a lot of discussions and really trying to make sure that we, sort of reimagined how we were going to design our streets. And we realized pretty quickly that context matters, that we really have to look very carefully about not just the kind of facilities, the width and the quality of the facilities, but in the case of bike bike facilities, the actual type of facility can vary depending on these different contexts. Give me a second. So as part of the pedestrian master plan, some draft area type designations have been added to what was included in the county's bill, and that was the bills 2422 and 3422. And this is certainly hopefully will guide how streets are designed in these different areas. Some of these are draft, so it really depends, when the council approves it and if they actually approve everything that's been recommended. But this gives you an idea of the different area contexts. So in addition to the core street types, there are also more rare or unusual street types that the guide touches on briefly. Some of these are actually governed by other county code regulations, including rustic and exceptional rustic roads, and other ones are relatively new that at least at this point maybe have a little bit of discussion about it, and the intention is that as the Complete Streets Guide is enhanced over time, we will add more details to talk about these other special street types, including alleys and shared streets. So we are only just beginning, as a new effort, as part of the Complete Streets work, to dive into shared streets. It is now an ongoing effort within the department doing a shared streets study. And hopefully we'll be coming back with some recommendations and guidance, which could be potentially either a standalone document or a complete addition to this document as well. And with that, I'm going to introduce Andrew Bossy from Montgomery County DOT. And Andrew, I will keep turning the slides for you. You just have to say next slide, please.
Perfect.
And take it away.
All right. Andrew Bossy, Montgomery County DOT. This slide here, this is the start of section 3 in the Complete Streets Guide. I think it's the most important section. It has, what you see on the screen here is a cross-section of the different elements that we have in a street type. So on the left side, let's look at that picture. You have the active zone is everything behind the curb, and then you have the street zone is everything within the curbs. So to go from, on that left graphic, from the left to the right, you first have the frontage zone and maintenance zone on the very outside. Then you have the clear zone that's either a sidewalk or a side path. And then you might have the pedestrian bicycle buffer and the bikeway. Then you have the street buffer right up against the street. Then into the street zone, you have the curbside zone, which is where you'll find parking, parklets, other street side uses, pickup, drop-off zones, et cetera. Then you'll have the travel lanes and median, which might also have transit lanes. And on the right side, I'm going to call a bit more attention to this triptych on the right, which really focuses on bikeways and where they're at. At the top right, the top part of that triptych, it shows the bikeways in the active zone, just like on the left side, the same thing. But the middle one shows it could also be a side path, which is our new name for shared use path, or if you've really been around a while, hiker-biker trail. Then at the bottom right, it shows that bikeways could also be in the street zone within the curbs, which is really intended more for retrofit conditions. Next slide. So each street type has a set of 6 pages assigned to it in this chapter. The first 2 pages really focus on photo examples of the street type and some narrative of what it is. The example I have on the screen here is of a downtown boulevard. As you mentioned, Steve was just going into the downtown areas like Bethesda, Wheaton, Silver Spring, some of the top 3 that come to mind. So a downtown boulevard would basically be Wisconsin Avenue in Bethesda, or North Bethesda. I think it's still called, I think it's Rockville Pike at that point. In Silver Spring and Wheaton, Georgia Avenue, here also University Boulevard. And then on the next slide are downtown streets, which would pretty much be all the other streets that aren't boulevards in those same areas. Then the next slide will show a boulevard, which are, as Steve just mentioned, it's the streets kind of in between these activity centers. A lot of your more major, they've been called arterials in the past. So again, pointing out some examples, you have Wisconsin, Rockville Pike between the Bethesdas and North Bethesda, as well as up to Rockville. Georgia Avenue is another great example between here, Wheaton, and Silver Spring. And moving on to pages 3 and 4 of each street type spread, which, next slide. Yeah. So these have the design parameters that, to me, are the most useful pages of the entire guide. If you look at nothing else in this guide, these pair of pages for each street type are the one-stop shop for so much of the information in the guide. The top left has parameters for the target speed, the guidance on the maximum number of vehicle through lanes, as well as spacings between both protected crossings and signalized intersections. Both of those basically mean the signalized intersections part is to keep a distance between signals for operational reasons. I think it's a pretty small distance, but we don't want to have signals right on top of each other. We do have that in some cases. It's not great. But the distance between maximum spacing of protected crossings is new, and I think it's huge information for this, is just trying to detail that if you're a pedestrian or bicyclist, someone trying to cross the street, and if you have a long distance to go, you're not going to travel that long distance. You're going to take your chances where you are. So we're trying to set up a distance goal for how far away from a signal or protected crossing you would be to be able to safely cross the street. Obviously, that is a long way to go to achieving that, but it's good to have the goal to aim for. The rest of the information, actually, go back on that slide. The rest of the information on this pair has all the different street elements, the stuff I just named on the previous couple of slides, that also has their default dimensions, their minimum dimensions, and priorities, which I'll come back to in just a moment. Next slide. Then the 5th page and the blank 6th page of the spread just has some other information on different types of design details and whether they're required, recommended, or optional. So next slide gets back to prioritization. So that prioritization I mentioned, again, one of the more important parts of what Complete Streets is, as it's really what gives the flexibility that we were trying to achieve. All the different elements of a road, they have a prioritization assigned to them. It's basically for whenever we have constrained rights-of-way, that's when we turn to this, because that's pretty much always. We rarely have the right-of-way we'd like to have. This table here is the big picture summary. It puts all the information across the different street types in one place. So when applying Complete Streets, I'll generally first lay out a cross-section that has everything that's called for in the master plan, including default bikeways, and they're all at their default width. And then I'll panic at the size of the cross-section because it's huge. We almost never have the right-of-way to fit that full build cross-section. So now I'll turn to the prioritization on how to narrow it down. I'll start with the low priority stuff. I'll shrink things down toward the minimums. And if I still need more space, I'll next go up to the medium, start shrinking those down. I might omit some of the low priority stuff if it is not called for in master plans. I know, calling about Dave's work on the default bikeways is one of the things where if it's not in the master plan, that might be something that now, if that space needs to be pulled from somewhere, default bikeways might be on that chopping block. But master plan bikeways, they're in the master plan. As defined spaces, those stay in. As you go to the higher priorities, now you start shrinking down the mediums, and if you still need more space, you start omitting, again, non-master plan stuff in the mediums. Rarely have I had to get all the way up to those high priorities and really affecting the mediums. And even just this approach has worked for probably 99.9% of cases I've tried it on so far between master plans, development review, and it's been able to fit things in without having to lose anything that gives heartache. But, of course, there's a couple of things where you have just really small rights-of-way, and you're trying to fit in everything. And especially with master plans, I think some of the staff who might be listening in have heard me critique some specific roads to say, you shrink everything down, you still can't fit it in, and then that's part of the process where we'll look at, do we need more right-of-way for that master plan? Do we need to rethink what infrastructure we call for? Likewise with development. So I'm using this to to lay out, like, here's existing street section, here's the ultimate street section if we built out everything to the full master plan right-of-way, to everything that we would want, and now you coming in with as an applicant, what's the interim section focused on your street frontage, using this approach on how to get toward that ultimate section. I thought there was one more thing I wanted to mention. Maybe it'll come back to me. Moving on. Chapter 5 focused on bikeways. This really pulls directly from the 2018 Bike Master Plan. It also includes guidance on conflict areas along bikeways, such as floating bus stops, on-street parking. I expect we'll probably continue to build on this with new guidance, especially recently and continuing as we get more experience with bikeways. I think Bethesda and Silver Spring have really been kind of our test beds for a lot of different things. We've had a floating bus stop in Silver Spring that's been evolving over the years, and we've been learning a lot from that. And I think eventually we'll tie this into what's printed in a future update. Chapter 6 on the next slide.
Andrew, I just want to chime in quickly. For floating bus stops, for folks who are not aware, Montgomery County really is a national leader. There are no defined floating bus stop design criteria, and the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and I'll give some shout out to Matt Johnson. They're working with federal and state partners to try to help improve and develop this standard. So we're trying our best to blaze the trail. So lots of credit to DOT.
And I'll add for those who don't know what those are.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
That's basically if you have a separated bikeway and you have a bus stop, you have to figure out how to get people who are standing on the curb to their bus when you've got a bikeway in between. And we actually have quite a few around the county now, but I think some of the better versions are now in Silver Spring. As I said, we're evolving and learning from some of the bad versions that have been out there over the years. Basically, it brings the bikeway, kind of merges into the sidewalk area and makes a space for the waiting bus passengers to board in the light on their own kind of concrete island. It's like an extension of the sidewalk out into, usually it's a parking lane or something alongside there. I feel like all these, 2 years now, I haven't put a picture
Can
of
you
one
tell
of
us where one is in
What's that?
downtown Silver Spring? Can you
Yeah.
tell us where one is, like
the
the
good one I would
streets?
recommend would be on 2nd Avenue, right at Colesville. Pretty close to the metro station. Basically the opposite side of Colesville from the metro station, diagonal catty corner side.
Is it across the street from the McDonald's or right in
I think
front
it's
of
the
the
same corner as
McDonald's?
McDonald's.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's a couple other examples. There's one up on Spring Street, just east of Colesville, I think, before you hit Ellsworth. It might be the other side of Ellsworth. That I haven't been up there in a while, but I know that was one of our earlier types. And again, we learned a lot from that type as well. I think ADA has been one of the bigger concerns on how to ensure that people who want to stay on the sidewalk can navigate, stay on the sidewalk. People who want to get to the bus stop can navigate and find the bus stop and cross over. Also, calming bicycles, not usually a thing you have to worry too much about, but here you have a conflict zone between pedestrians and bicycles. So there's different design elements about shifting bikes over. At that example, I think we have a grade change. We have lots of striping. It's almost like if you're in a car and you have chicanes moving you left and right. You've got speed humps. You've got markings. Same approach for bicyclists crossing through this bus stop.
Yeah, while you're in definitions, what is a shy zone?
Was that, shy zone? Oh, is that on here somewhere?
Yeah.
That's, I think, just just make sure I have the context. Yeah, so that's, Dave, correct me if you want to add in. But basically, if you're a bicyclist, I think especially for on-street facilities, actually, I'll come back to that. On-street facilities, you have a comfortable distance between you as a bicyclist and any motor vehicles that might be passing alongside you. But even if you're in a separate facility, there could be barriers, the curb, if you're going over a bridge and you've got like that wall on one side, or even just trees and shrubs along a planted buffer. I think grass probably not a big shy zone, but you're not going to want to be close to a 5-foot tall shrub because if your knee or arm start running up against it, or if you're concerned about getting too close to a curb, like all of that, I would call shy zone.
And I just want to add a bit to that. Right, as a cyclist, you're going 10, sometimes fast miles per hour, sometimes faster. And, you can be a little bit wobbly, so you want to keep off of, fixed objects.
Right.
And generally, people that are bicycling want to stay 1.5 to 2 feet away from objects. And so when you see sometimes that bikeways are a little bit wider, it's trying to account for that space that we need to provide because that's not really usable space for them.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy at the Planning Department. I just wanted to show real quickly, so Steve, I'm sorry I've stolen the screen share here from you, but this is a street view. This is from 2019. I think this may have been updated a little bit since then, but just to give you a sense of that, this is that 2nd Avenue floating bus stop in Silver Spring.
Thanks for taking over the screen.
Sure. Steve, you could take it back now.
All right, I guess, Steve, if you could reclaim the screen. We'll be on slide chapter 6. Perfect. So the chapter 6 covers intersections. There's a lot of detail. I'm not going to go through each bullet, but basically each bullet here relates to a section within this chapter. They basically try to bring more progressive design principles to intersection design, focused on slowing traffic and improving the experience for vulnerable users. Chapter 7, on the next slide, there we go, provides guidance for building green streets. This largely consolidates and reiterates existing design practices. This includes particularly incorporating stormwater management within the right-of-way, and that just, of course, means you can treat the water on site. That helps replenish groundwater, and it helps provide additional habitat. Lots of good things that come with that. Chapter 8, on the next slide.
Can I ask you a question about Chapter 7?
Yeah.
Because I was wondering, I understand in regard to safety that we want to separate pedestrian, we want to separate the bikeways, we're going to have shoulders, we want to have traffic lanes. That makes the area of impervious much larger. And especially in downtown area or in the business, town centers, that it would, if we have like new development and we create so much impervious surface, it's gonna, number one, you need to treat more additional stormwater management. And number two, it's gonna increase the downstream flow. Has anybody looked into this, that how much that would increase and how those could be mitigated when you create all of this additional paving everywhere? I like your paving, but then think about all the other issues, especially you're talking about the green street, yeah.
I will put, just ping Dan's name in case he wants to add in after I finish talking here. As I develop cross-sections, so I'm doing a lot with development review as well as master plans, trying to develop cross-sections for each case, even if it's just for me to help visualize things. And much of the time, one of the things I track is how much green space there is. It's not an exact measure of your stormwater flow, but it's a good, just quick guidance of usually like 25% green space, usually going to be at least in the ballpark for handling stormwater management. Once you get to 30%, a little bit safer. Obviously, quantitative analysis still forthcoming. But a lot of the time when I lay out these sections, when we have these buffers between the street buffer, the ped bike buffer is at its full width, also another green space. And it really does provide a lot of green space. It usually helps get to that goal. But there's still a quantitative component. I'm not as involved with this myself at development review level, but I believe there is a quantitative part of that where each site's looking at their stormwater management, make sure that it is meets the standards we have in place, as well as our drainage. Unfortunately, that's probably about the limit of my personal knowledge. That's where I'm not sure if Dan or others who do more development review might want to
the
add
only
on.
thing I would add that if your lack of right-of-way, usually what would suffer is the buffer or the green space. And then you're going to end up with a very wide street, all paved, and has pavement for the traffic, and it has pavement for separate bikeways and separate pedestrian walk. I do not really know. I totally understand it. As a biker, I love it, and as a pedestrian, I love to be separated. But at the same time, lack of green space take away from a place that people want to go and a place that people want to be. So it's a balance of these two, and I do not know when the concrete street was designed, this was something that was taken into account.
It was.
Okay, good. Thank you.
A couple slides back with the prioritization. If you look at the street buffer, that's our primary kind of green space. I think it's a high priority, I believe, across the board. My print is very tiny, but I'm pretty sure it's high across the board or for most of the street types. And that is part of that. It's part of just getting green space, not just for environment, but also for comfort, as of course the pedestrian master plan has a pedestrian level of comfort metric. And one of the metrics that goes into the metric, the factors that goes into the metric is that buffer space and how big it is. And that separation, of course, is, as a pedestrian, you don't want to be right up next to the cars. That's also helping add to that feeling.
If I can just chime in here real quick, one of the things that we're trying to do in our master plans and in a lot of our capital projects is actually to reclaim pavement, to repurpose existing pavement. Our roads are wide not only in the width of lanes, but also in the number of lanes. So for many of the projects that we're implementing these days, we're trying to reclaim some of that space and convert it to something else. So you'll see that, I think, and Dan can correct me if I'm wrong, especially in the urban areas, we are largely converting existing lanes and parking to wider sidewalks, bikeways.
That's actually something I didn't mention is our lane widths are basically at the minimums of where engineering says they can be at this point. Obviously, there's a lot of 11-foot, 12-foot, even 13 and more with lanes that are out there on our roads today. This has, I think 11 feet is the maximum for, they are the bigger, faster roads, but most of these are down to 10 feet lane widths. There might be an extra half foot for areas where we think there'll be trucks and buses along the curb lane. But I mean, it is shrunken down from where we are today. And as you just mentioned, it's all about trying to shift that space from the street zone to the active zone. Also, I stuck a bullet at the end. Not sure if it made it into what's on the screen, but we have a separate effort that we're hoping to start in a year or two, funding permitting on curbside management. And that will look at that curbside zone and street buffer and think of how to use those differently. Obviously, parking has always sort of been the default use, but there's a lot of space there that could be other uses, including parklets and just more green space, stormwater management. So there's a lot of room that can also be out there that even in this document, we're still not explicitly using, but we know that that's a direction we can still go in. And we're moving there.
I'm wondering when you're doing the road diet, what is the minimum road width that you would use? And I just have a personal comment. I have a small car, and when you're driving in a very narrow lane, and then you have a lot of big SUVs or big trucks that they think that they could take over you, it's always scary. I'm always staying away and at least 2 feet away if there is a curb line or whatever. I think it has to do with the age also. When you're younger, you get closer to this, but more and more I see myself that I try to shy away from anything that is there. So I understand the road diet also, and I support it, but I hope it doesn't get to a point that it makes it uncomfortable for the drivers, especially drivers that, they're more on the cautious side and they do just zoom through it and they have a smaller cars, because right now a lot of the road with American is with bigger cars and trucks and SUVs that they are sort of king of the road, and the small cars have just to stay away from them.
And that's why the lane widths are what they are. I mentioned that they're about as narrow as they can be under engineering guidance, and that responds to that. Obviously, there's parking lanes can be, I think we call for it as 8 feet. I think they can go down to 7. DC uses also 7 and 8 feet. That's about the width of a car. It's usually about, I think, 6 to 7 feet, depending on what vehicle it is. And that 10-foot minimum sort of does still allow that slack as a motorist. But at the same time, some discomfort's kind of ideal. That's why in the more downtown areas, we have those narrower lanes, because you don't want people to feel like they got a free interstate lane to drive ahead of them as fast as they want. You want them to feel a little bit closed in, not unsafely so, but just to feel like it's going to slow you down because now you're responding to more complexity around you. So, it's a feature, not a bug, if you do it right. Actually, that's a segue into chapter 8, which is speed management. This Solar speeds is, of course, a big focus of this guide. I think many people, especially in this room, probably listening as well, have seen some version of the graphic on the right. It shows, it's really central to Vision Zero, and it shows how speed affects a driver's field of vision, sort of the second from the top row. In the third row, it shows their ability to stop and how much distance it can take at different speeds. And at the bottom, the lethality in event of a collision. And then next slide. Actually, wait, did I have more on that slide? I'll speak a little bit more to it. In Chapter 8, I thought I, at some point, had another slide that at some point I think I may have removed. I don't know why. But there is more in Chapter 8 that's talking about how to get to these slower speeds. Obviously, there's different types of traffic calming, and in the code updates, we opened the door to more traffic calming in the county. If and how we use it, still left kind of to DOT to work itself out, but at least we've given ourselves the ability to be able to do that. And this chapter also, toward the end, has some examples of how you might slow a very large arterial. A lot of the state roads, of course, this is for our county road document, but we would love the state to follow it. It has guidance on how to slow state roads down from these big, wide facilities down to something that can still handle traffic, but also be safer. Okay, yeah, Chapter 9, thank you. This is the final chapter, and it's about implementation. The graphic that you see on the screen here is just an excerpt of a larger graphic that shows who maintains what along a typical street. Even we in the executive branch have to figure that out sometimes. Section also provides guidance on implementation priority, not the same priority I was talking about, but like funding and how to allocate your resources. It specifically calls out equity emphasis areas, school zones, and bike ped priority areas as places where that higher implementation priority should be considered. And on to the next slide. That basically wraps up everything that's in the guide now, and I'll switch to the legal implementation of it. Complete Streets takes several forms. There's the guide itself, the county code, the regulations that accompany the code, and then our standards, policies, and executive orders that apply all of those. About a year ago, the council approved updates to the code to reflect Complete Streets, and those went into effect last February. This changed chapters 49, 50, and 59 to encode Complete Streets into law. The code updates notably included automatic translations of the old street classifications into the new ones, like the downtown, town center, street, boulevard. I'll highlight, of course, the next agenda item you'll hear today, also still Steve talking about it, is the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways scope of work that will take a more deliberate and nuanced approach to how those classifications are assigned, because the code just kind of did an across-the-board conversion, and it's not going to be right in there's probably a lot of cases out there where it didn't do it quite correctly, and Steve's work will help cover those gaps. We're currently working on updating the Chapter 49 regulations, which will provide more clarity to the code and basically be the legalese translation of the guide. The draft regulations will eventually go to council for approval, and once approved, then next we'll start the updates to the county standards, policies, and executive orders. Regulations, one of those words. Council's approval of the code also included a few changes to the guide, which means we'll have to update the guide to reflect those, as well as other things that have come up over the past year. And I'm going to turn it back over to Steve to close us out with what is yet to come in version 2.0.
All right, thank you, Andrew. It's a tough act following Andrew after that. So we're actually pretty excited now. We've actually been fielding some calls. People looked at the county bills and said, "Hey, there's some things we can't find in your guide," and that's because we haven't revised it yet. So, as part of the work that we started to do after the bills had received approval was to start to work on a change list of improvements that needed to be made to the guide to make it consistent with the county bills. Some key ones. One is we now have a new street type. It's called an area connector, and it was really carved out of some of the neighborhood connectors as defined in the Complete Streets Guide now. And many of these roads in the old classification system were either minor arterials or two-lane arterial roads. And so, as an example, in Bethesda, I think Sangamore is a good example of that. And in Wheaton, you have, trying to think of some good ones. Oh, I'm blanking right now. Um, anyway, also what was changed is that the street type called major highway was changed to controlled major highway, just a name change. And that's simply because there's a specific part of the county code in chapter 49 that deals with controlled major highways as a street type. And so the need to change the name, we felt it was important to change it in the guide to match the county code. We've also changed some target speeds that you'll see in the guide now. So that target speeds for town center boulevards have been reduced from 30 to 25 miles per hour. Neighborhood connector, the target speeds has been reduced from 25 to 20 miles per hour. And the new street type area connector will have a target speed of 25 miles per hour. So that's probably one of the major differences between area connector and neighborhood connector, is that the target speeds on those two very similar looking streets will be different. We've also added default target speeds for exceptional and rustic roads, which are 30 miles per hour. And we got information on ongoing wayfinding and sign system efforts, including the bike branding plan that's been worked on within the department, and we updated bike crossing marking standards. So currently, we are working with a consultant jointly between our two agencies to revise this document to create version 2. And we anticipate that work will be completed in the spring, and at that point we'll have a public information meeting to share the proposed changes, and then bring it back to the planning board for review and approval. And in addition, this document is constantly evolving. As I mentioned earlier, we are working on a shared streets effort, and I guess there is the potential, depending on timing, that could be rolled into version 2 as well. And probably on a longer timeline is working on curbside management. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that we feel like we're pretty innovative when we develop this guide, and there are two, I would say, just sort of evolving practices that have been added into complete streets. And one is really looking at green streets, I think more from the urban heat island impact. And the department has done a lot of work on that. And certainly it's an important element of the climate action plan, that street trees can really help to keep the temperatures down on your streets. And we want to be able to shade pedestrians and bicyclists, users, particularly within the active zone. So down the road, we may have more enhancements to that. And in addition, the planning department and DOT have worked jointly on a lighting study. And certainly lighting is an extremely important aspect for both visibility and safety. So later editions of this guide may include more information on street lighting. And with that, that's the end of the presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Do any of the board members have comments or questions? While you're thinking, or I have a couple. One is thanks for the presentation, and I really liked seeing and knowing you had this prioritization schedule, because I'd always wondered how do you decide who's on first, and if because as you said, there's no perfect street width. Can't give you all you want, but so you have to decide, have a prioritization of what's most important and least important. So that was really informative to me, and also I think it helps build transparency for people outside, knowing how do we look at things. So thank you for that. And then as a bicyclist, one of the things that is about, as we were designing, thinking about maintenance, and I know maybe it's because of when you don't have the ideal amount, and I know some people, they created a sort of a protected bike lane by putting these little bollards up, not bollards, but these plastic things and those are great, and they give them, but I found in the fall and the winter, sometimes it's hard to clean the bike lane because, leaves and debris and stuff fall in, and I don't know, so when they're, maybe in the new scheme of thing, that maybe won't happen, but I wonder, do they have machines that can go and clean the bikeways when they have, what's the standard width did you have to have so that you can have something to go and clean that area out? Like the streets, I know the street sweepers are too big, but could you, have you run up against people asking how do you clean the bikeway?
That's right. I think Chance, Dave, you mentioned the answer as well, and Dan may also know online, but I believe we either do have equipment or we are getting that equipment. I believe it's on, I know we're at least moving in that direction of having it. And I think some of the urban districts may also have access to that. I'm not sure if they own it or by contract, but I've definitely seen those machines out there. That's right. I'm not sure if Dave, you know, or Dan online.
Well,
We do
Go ahead.
coordinate these with our Division of Highway Services. When we are doing capital projects to install bike lanes and things like that, and that's a consideration. And an 8-foot certainly can handle a standard pickup truck or something like that. And then I believe there are also, like you mentioned, Andrew, some smaller street sweepers that can get into. But maintenance is an issue, and we do look at that during design.
What about
I think one thing-
snow? What about the snow? Because I know that Parks Department started shoveling snow on Capitol Crescent Trail, and we had to purchase a couple of machines that they were just for narrow bikeways, the size that we had. So it's a different kind of machinery. But the point is that county, I do not know the operation for the county, how does it work? When you have a separate bike path and a separate pedestrian, when it is in the winter and if it is snow, what are the requirements? I know that we're going to get on and we remove the snow from the road. Is it going to be now to remove the snow from the road and bikeway and pedestrian?
That's right. Again, I believe we have the machinery for that. I believe it's either we have it or it's coming for snow as well. That's why I'm not as in the weeds with maintenance, other than making sure our maintenance people are included in development of complete streets. And
It's
if they
a
say
lot of money.
we can't
I'm
do that.
just telling you. It's
Yeah.
costing a lot of money.
Yes.
So that is something that I think should be, in my opinion, should be included in the version 2 about maintenance and inclusion of the bikeways, separated bikeways and pedestrian in snow removal. Is something that we want to get there. It's going to be expensive. It requires, a lot of operating budget. So
I think we have a maintenance section in Chapter 9. I believe we do speak to that. But that's where their highway services is the division that handles maintenance and is
Yeah.
MCDOT. They are, of course, included in development of this guide. They're familiar with what's in it. I'm constantly asking, is there anything that gives you heartburn that we can't do or that you can't keep maintained? And it's pretty much been a kind of agreement, like, yes, we can do that. Funding's always an issue. That's not, of course, something that the guide gets deeply into. We're just trying to focus on the design and kind of technical layout to make sure we can do it. Then funding to be able to do it is somewhat a separate animal. Obviously, we don't want to make it harder. That's not something we're setting out to do.
Yeah.
Some kind of reality check of making sure we don't, it's feasible to do it. It's just a matter of then having the time and crews to do it.
Yeah, no, what you and Steve that presented were great. We love it, and it shows all the thought that's gone into it, so we really appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Chair Harris, I was going to have copies of this document made, but I mean, it is going to be revised. And if you would like me to have hard copies made for all members of the planning board, I can get that in work. So at least it's a good reference document.
No, it's okay. Just send us the link to whatever you have, and we're good. Okay.
Great.
All right. Well, we
Thank you.
can wait till the final comes out, and then we'll still want electronic then. So thank you.
Thanks to you and your team, or it sounds like the joint effort between DOT and our teams for putting this together, I guess, a couple years ago now, and the updates you're working through. All of it sounds really great, and it seems like it's going to kind of bit by bit help us kind of achieve more of our safety and multimodal goals. So super supportive of this effort. I just have one question. It's not necessarily, I guess, related specifically to the street types. I think it's more related to, and to sort of tie it back to what Commissioner Pedoeem mentioned earlier about kind of the green space buffer. I'm wondering if either DOT or our teams here, was there any discussion about design standards for what would be in that buffer, particularly around stormwater management, like just some examples like bioretention areas, rain gardens that can be put of different sizes. Obviously, the right-of-way is the right-of-way, and the cross-section is going to be the cross-section. But to the extent that there are going to be, I apologize if this is already in the document, and admittedly, I haven't read through the entire thing. But, to the extent there are design guidelines for that buffer area, is there consideration around kind of the stormwater management or bioretention elements of that?
I saw Dan turn his camera on. Do you want to take a first run? I do have something to add after.
Sure. So, as Steve and Andrew mentioned, the development of this document involved many people, including the Department of Environmental Protection and Department of Permitting Services, that permit stormwater management. Of course, they have to follow the regulations that are put out by the state as far as stormwater management, but they do have guidelines for things such as bioswales or pervious pavement and things like that can be applied to a complete street. So yes, and again, it's a engineering specific design, and as was mentioned earlier, there's a lot of things to fit in a right of way, and again, space constraints often dictate what can go into a buffer, but there are design things that can be done, green infrastructure that can be included in a storm water management and storm drain plan.
This is Steve. One of the things I'll mention is that because this guide is both for new development and redevelopment, that sometimes we have some very important street trees that we want to protect, and so this happens a lot during development review. We'll be looking at a project and some a really great stand of trees we want to be able to maintain, based on the size of the tree, sometimes the soil volume in that 6-foot buffer may not be adequate. So it is a starting point, and there are some techniques that are mentioned in Chapter 8, including use of silvacells and trying to increase the soil volume and running some of it underneath the sidewalk. But I think that there are existing regulations that from our environmental planners here at planning to DPS and DEP, as Dan said, we all are working together to make sure that we have healthy, vibrant trees, and that essentially if we have some real good specimen trees, we don't want to lose them just because they don't meet this standard exactly.
There we go. Let's use this one. Sorry about the noise. I remembered what I wanted to say earlier and forgot to say. So one of them, as Steve mentioned, is adjustments to avoid trees, but also something I'm putting in the regulations, tying back to flexibility, is you have your prioritization, bringing things down from your defaults down to your minimums, but still having some flexibility if you want to, let's say you want to keep the curb line. You don't want to have a road that's just like a couple of inches different, because you're not going to reconstruct your entire curb line and move utilities for that little bit. So there's some slack to let you try to keep a curb line or try to avoid champion trees, try to avoid other impacts that might just be too costly to trudge your way through. Another thing I wanted to bring up related to this are, of course, the curbside efforts that we're looking at, hopefully in another couple of years, could look at getting more of that curbside space for greenery, for stormwater management. It's one of the notes I have on the scope of work for that, to make sure we think about that. And then there's the streetscape standards that, of course, come through planning. It's already in the code that there's authority for those streetscape standards to override much of what we have in complete streets. And it could change the dimensions, it could change priority, it could change how things are configured. A great example is what's being proposed for the Silver Spring Streetscape guidelines, where it swaps the street buffer and the ped bike buffer, basically, because the street buffer, high priority, pretty much always going to have those trees in there. Even as you shrink other things down, that will stay. But their approach is they want those trees to be with the pedestrians, not over closer to the cars. And I think it's a good rationale for why they decided to flip it. And this has the flexibility for those local standards to take that approach.
Great. So I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, if we're all done here, I did want to say, I know it's been mentioned a number of times about what a collaborative effort this was. I do have to say, when I first started in my role, this was one of the first projects I got engaged in, and it was something that I found unbelievably fulfilling. And the number of people that worked on it on both ends was really impressive. And even we had folks from Fire and Rescue, DPS. In the end, it actually is an award-winning project. In 2021, the Maryland Department of Planning recognized it with a Maryland Sustainable Growth Award, Sustainable Community Award. And so I thought that was really worth noting. I look forward to other efforts that we work on with DOT to whether it's the curbside management or some of the other things we're working on to do more award-winning work together. So, thank you.
If I can also just add very quickly, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. The Complete Streets Design Guide really is very, very innovative, as you all have seen through this briefing, and it really helps the county achieve one of the main pillars of Thrive Montgomery 2050, which is converting this county from an auto-centric area into communities that are multimodal, that are safe for pedestrians and other users. And so this is, it has a lot of technical details, but those details really matter because those details create the physical environment that everybody experiences. And as the board receives and reviews development proposals, as we work on master plans, those are our opportunities, certainly within our piece of the pie, so to speak, to help to create these better environments. And again, we definitely thank MCDOT for their partnership, working with us, and working with us not only to create these new concepts and these new designs, but also in implementing this, for the benefit of our residents.
Great. Thank you both for pointing that out. And so, congratulations on having this award-winning design guide, and thank you for the collaboration, because that's how we will constantly improve by a lot of great minds coming together and making it better. So thank you so much. So we'll end this item number 10, and we'll take a seventh inning stretch, 30 seconds, and we'll go into the last one of the day, given you guys went to the baseball game yesterday. Yeah.
I'm going to take your suggestion.
We're live. Okay, good evening. We're on our last item, item number 11, the master plan of highways and transitways, technical update, scope of work, where staff is recommending approval of the draft scope of work. And Mr. Aldrich will take us home.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, Steve Aldridge from Countywide Planning and Policy Division. I'm going to share my screen. I have a feeling that my title slide doesn't show the title of the project, so my apologies for that. So again, my apologies for that. So this is a presentation of the technical update to the master plan of highways and transitways, the draft scope of work. So today we're going to talk a little bit about the scope of work, which was submitted as part of the staff report. Really sort of what is the master plan of highways and transitways. Honestly, from a master plan perspective, this is my baby. This is the master plan that I monitor and update and try to keep track of. It is also a fascinating one, is that it's constantly evolving. Why do we need to do a technical update? Well, some of that presentation that you just heard is really the prime reason that we're here today to talk about this update. And the key part of that is, how do we transition from a functional to a complete streets classification, and how do we do it really in a systematic way to make sure that all the new classifications that are now included as part of county code are appropriate for all of the streets on our primary road network. I then go over the purpose of the master plan technical update as defined in the scope of work, and identify some of the elements of the scope of work, including the tasks and the schedule. And then we can have discussions and certainly open to comments and modifications. So the first thing, what is the master plan of highways and transitways? This is something that's been around since 1931. It is a sort of an overriding or overarching master plan that documents all master plan transportation facilities that are included in functional plans, master sector plans, corridor plans, etc. And it actually isn't. There is no standalone actually document for it. It's really embedded in every single master plan that your body approves. When a transportation recommendation is made, that gets adopted when the plan is approved and amended. It gets adopted into the county's master plan of highways and transitways. And our job in countywide planning is to keep a record of it. So we create maps and really sort of approve lists of what is in it as of today, and we try to keep that current. The important things is that this master plan is evolving. It used to be the master plan of highways, and it was very road car centric. Today it is multimodal, includes recommendations for a wide variety of things within the rights of way, including the width of the right of way, the planned number of through travel lanes, the number of dedicated planned transit lanes, the target speed that's assigned to that particular section of road, as well as the location of planned interchanges and transitway stations. So as you work on master plans and you make those recommendations become part of the master plan of highways and transitways. And so it sometimes is difficult when someone says, where is it? There are elements of it that we can show them right away. We can show them the approved network. And that is kept up to date and usually has a effective date, which maybe I can demonstrate to you a little bit later. With the passages of bills 2422 and 3422 that became effective in February of this year, the county is officially transitioning the master plan of highways and transitways from classifying its roadways using an old traditional functional classification system, which was streets, arterials, highways, to a new complete streets classification system, of which we presented some of that to you earlier. So why is a technical update needed? So with the approval of the Complete Streets design document, we began moving towards changing the way that we design streets. And even before the bills were approved, were reviewed last fall and became effective in February. We were already informally trying to implement complete streets on our county roads. It was felt that the strength of law really needed to support these complete street guides. So that's why we initiated the process with the county council, going through the planning board first to try to make some changes to county code to make the county code and the guides not one and the same, but very, very consistent. And so the county law bills, adopted the 13 complete street types, provided immediate translations, as Andrew Bossy mentioned in the previous presentation, from the old ones to the new ones. And we spent a lot of time trying to figure out what are those translations, and we realized pretty quickly they're not going to work for every street. And so, the purpose of a master plan is to really look at, is to really try to look at those locations from a countywide perspective and say, well, those are what the street now is classified by law. That classification may not be appropriate in all cases. And so, a primary emphasis of the technical update is to try to get at those locations where, either due to the context or just history along that road, the road is unique, that maybe these translations don't quite work in all locations. And so we're going to be getting into quite a lot of detail in the next couple of months, trying to identify those locations, and then working it and bringing that back to you folks. So the update is needed to fully assess these changes, and really it's sort of the last step in trying to fully implement Complete Streets guidelines. So this is sort of a three phase step that we outlined, and it's outlined in the scope of work. But in order to translate from functional to complete streets, one, we needed to have the support and the strength of law in the county bills. Through the recent pedestrian master plan, we needed to improve some of our area types so that we were more accurately reflecting the different land use context needs, which that went before your board, and that is now before the council. And depending on how that goes, those changes will be adopted into the master plan of highways and transitways. The third phase is where we are today, which is trying to look at all the street types and to really trying to focus on fine tuning some of the technical issues, some of those being the immediate translations, but there's some other technical updates that we want to do as well. So for the purpose, we identified 5 key work efforts. The first was to reevaluate the classification of all roads. As I said before, we also wanted to identify target speeds for all master plan of highways and transitways roads where no target speed is currently recommended. And so this, I think, is a major change. Today, as master plans have evolved, newer master plans identified target speed as a recommended measure, but older master plans, and one example let's say would be Bethesda Chevy Chase, was completed many years ago, and many of the roads don't have target speed designations. So the idea with this is that that based on the Complete Streets guidelines, the target speeds that are identified for particular street types would become the actual recommended target speed on that particular road. And we may look at places where we don't think that standard applies as well. But that I think is a very important step as part of this update. The third effort is actually really a tie-in to Thrive Montgomery 2050. There's a lot of effort in Thrive Montgomery about growth corridors. And we will be looking at really developing a framework for can we look at those areas differently along those growth corridors. And I think I'll go to the next slide real quickly. Oh, actually, I'm going to have to show it to you in a little bit. The fourth purpose is to reevaluate master plan transit station locations. And I think here, as we master plan facilities, the next step is that DOT actually begins facility planning and planning where they're going to put, certainly for BRT lines, where they're going to put the BRT stations. In some cases, those locations move. In some cases, they're consolidated. And so, the intent of this is to really take the most recent information from Montgomery County DOT, and in places where there have been changes, to make sure that that's incorporated into the master plan of highways and transitways. And one example I'll bring up is that for the Veers Mill Road BRT, DOT really identified shifting the location of one of the BRT stations from Newport Mill to the next street over. I'm blanking on the name right now, but that would be the type of improvement that we'd like to try to look at and change. The point of the master plan is to set some of these recommendations down in stone, but we also we need to recognize that we need to be flexible as these projects are planned in more detail. And as locations change, these locations can change in the master plan as well. And the last thing, and this is really more, I guess, the invisible part of the work that we do, is we're moving more closely to try to integrate our highway and transitway data into Montgomery Planning's multimodal GIS network. So I think, as we're looking at these corridors for more than, it's more than just a highway map, we need to make sure that we're tying this into all the other things that we do within the countywide planning and the area teams, and trying to make sure that we're getting bicycle connectivity, bicycle level of traffic stress, pedestrian level of comfort, and that all of the tools that we use to try to make sure that our networks are safe and effective have a tie-in to this data source as well. So task one is really the development of the scope of work. Today's presentation and staff report really is the bulk of that. And any comments that are posted today will be incorporated into the final version. I do just want to take a quick, I'm going to take a quick jump over to the project website. The project, and I'm going to back up for a second. The Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, this website is constantly here. And what you'll see on the front page of this is, we did an update in 2018. We're currently doing the 2024 update. And we have an online map which shows the currently approved street and transitway map in an ArcGIS format. And we have an approved streets and transitway network. And this is a series of tables and graphics, essentially a map book that shows the currently updated version. And you'll notice it says updated to 7/2023. This is updated, and I think
So
it's due to
Steve,
be updated.
if you're showing us something, I don't think we can see
Oh,
it. Okay.
yeah, my apologies. Yeah, there we go. So this is the home page for the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways, and it has a lot of information on not just the current activity, which is the 2024 technical update, but the current map of where you can actually look at the network. This location in the middle of this middle tile is the online map, and the location here to the right is the actual more of a PDF map book, and has some classification tables and a list of interchanges, list of BRT stations, etc. The actual project web page itself is, really under development. So right now it's a little bit of a bare shell. We haven't posted the scope of work here yet because we're waiting for your review and approval. And then we have the schedule. So just so everyone knows where they can find it. And in addition, we will have an e-letter that people can subscribe to get information about the project as it continues on. And I will go back to my presentation now. So thank you very much. Task 2 of the scope of work is engagement. This is a pretty technical effort. And I know that back in 2018, we spent a lot of time trying to engage with the public, and what we found is that there's a very defined audience. And when projects, certainly when master plans have potential impacts on immediate, sort of concrete parcels, then folks sort of understand and come out and engage. It's a lot more difficult when you're looking at a countywide effort. But we will have engagement opportunities. The primary thing that we'll be focusing on is a technical advisory group that will be mostly government employees trying to look at how can we make this, how can we implement some of these measures and expand on the master plan. And as we get closer to the development of recommendations, we will have more engagement with the public. Certainly, I'll be updating the e-letter. We'll be making improvements to the project website and developing online materials. And then, certainly as we get closer to the presentation, we will be having some outreach meetings with interested municipalities, civic associations, and advocacy groups. And from my past experience in 2018, I certainly already have a short list. I know folks who have been always involved when the master plan of highways is discussed. And we're certainly willing to come and provide briefings as needed to groups, whether it's a downtown development group or a civic association. So as we move forward in task 3, development of the recommendations, we have four focused subtasks of which I really talked a little bit before. And those, each of those will have some key recommendations for the planning board to consider. And as I said, public meetings and outreach to obtain feedback on these draft recommendations. Did want to just show these growth corridors. As I mentioned earlier, this is from Thrive Montgomery 2050. These are the growth corridors that are highlighted in Thrive 2050. And you'll notice that many of these roads are probably state highways, but some aren't. And I think what's important here is that these roads pass through a bunch of different contexts. And, the portion of these roads where the growth corridors may look most carefully are in the areas in between, the areas that are now classified as suburban context. And the key is really to figure out, in order to encourage growth along these corridors, is there something that we need to do different than what's in the boulevard street type for suburban boulevard? Do we need to look more carefully at things such as protected crossing spacing? Do we need to have lower or higher target speeds? Do we need to have a different type of bike facility? So, when we get to this particular task, looking at the growth corridors, we'll be looking at those kind of issues. Some of the output of this work may not actually be specific classifications. It may just be recommendations to future work. Oops. Task 4 is the development of the working draft of the master plan. After initial consultation and presentation of information, we will move forward with that. The planning board will approve the working draft and public hearing draft and set a public hearing date, and then we'll have engagement with the public as part of that. And then task 5 is the planning board public hearing, where the planning board holds a public hearing to hear on the public hearing draft. Public testimony is heard and recorded. Planning staff then spends an awful lot of time carefully considering each comment, concerns from planning commissioners, and developing responses to try to modify the work accordingly. Task 6 is planning board work sessions and plan draft. This is usually a series of planning board work sessions to address the issues raised by the planning board and through the public testimony, going through each of the topics and trying to come up with a resolution. Once we reach that and receive planning board approval, planning board draft is prepared and submitted to the county council and the county executive. And I think what's important is that we certainly hope through just our ongoing coordination with Montgomery County DOT and DPS and fire and rescue, and through the creation of the technical advisory group, we can make sure that there are no surprises. And so as we move towards to this point, that the planning board draft hopefully will be very well received. Task 7 is really the planning board work sessions and council approval. And actually, I'm sorry, this slide is mislabeled. It's county council work session and plan approval. And so the county council holds a public hearing after a 60-day review period. The T&E committee holds work sessions to review the comments and forward recommended changes to the full council. Full council reviews and votes. And finally, upon approval, the master plan would be then submitted to the full commission for adoption. And that is the 7 tasks that are in the draft scope of work. The scope of work includes a schedule, and as Will mentioned, that the task 3, development of recommendations, a lot of the technical work, we actually started it in July with the beginning of the new fiscal year. And we're anticipating wrapping this up with the planning board in the spring, and then proceeding to council by next November. And here it is in a more visual format if you need it. That's also in the scope of work. And at this point, I'm happy to take any comments, questions, concerns.
Well, thank you, Stephen. This is great. I'll ask my fellow board members to provide any questions or comments. Anything? No, look, looks great. So we are all in favor of moving forward with the approved draft scope of work. And do I have a motion?
I would move to approve the draft scope of work.
Is there a second?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you so much. And we look forward to seeing a work product in the spring. Thank you.
All right. And Steve, thank you for the schedule. I love a good Gantt chart. That's very nice. Super helpful.
Bye now. So this will end the planning board meeting of September 21st. Thank you.